All right. Hello, everybody, and welcome to Roleplay Give. We are playing, uh, well, I was going to say the classic, but it's not a classic. It's nothing. Nobody's ever heard of this shit. This is a homebrew world using 5e mechanics, actually using a shit ton of 5e stuff. We're playing 5e, and it's set in the homebrew world of Navyshla, which these fine gentlemen helped create. And so uh, this will be a little bit of a longer stream. This is a weekend game. We only play it once a month, so shouldn't we've only had one session beforehand. It should be pretty easy to pick up from where we left off, except for that, as I said, it was a month ago. Uh, so,
So if you find yourself lost, consider yourself in good company.
I was gonna say you're not lost. Everybody else is too. Okay. So what happened in our last session was, and I'm going to have the players here introduce their characters in just a minute. Um, but since I will be asking them what they're doing currently, I'm going to wait until I set up where they're at. They are in the Thankful Axe Inn on the first floor. They've been in the Thankful Axe Inn in between the first and second floor for about 8 hours at this point, maybe as many as 12. And because I gave you all a long rest, I'm going to have to say it's been at least 8. Um, so they were here for various reasons, but the night in question was the wake of Miss Delia Undercrust, one of the founders of the town they're in, Crimson Witch, uh, who was being laid to rest on her third day of observance of her life before she is to be placed in a funerary boat and sailed down the Freeclair River and set ablaze. Um, that night, they weren't the only. Well, I should point out that one player here is not a stranger in town, has been here for some time, but they were not the only strangers in town that night. In fact, the players mostly represent people new to town, who had been gathering in the only inn in town, but also to see what the fuss was about this Miss Delia Undercrust. Uh, there were also a number of tiller folk who had checked into the inn that night, which was considered strange since tiller folk usually stay at their own sort of wayposts. About mid-evening, a man went to go to his room to go to bed for the night. A scuffle was heard above, and his body fell down to the floor, clearly murdered. Two of the other new people in the inn were a barbarian mercenary looking after a woman who was clearly on a business mission. One of the provisioner cities, Gold Wharf. Uh, he recognized the people above as Quaelanis. They are I don't know that you want to call them barbarous because they have a civilization of a sort, but they do tend to traffic in humanoids and engage quite a bit in blood sport, as he well knows. A fight ensued. They took out the Quailani, but while that was occurring, Cove, who is the semi been here for a while, knows the people, the bard, got into a conversation with this provisioner and found out that the feet of Miss Delia Undercrust have a tattoo. Well, he already knew that, but they were able to draw a map off of the feet of Delia Undercrust. Uh, and now they have been left in charge of keeping this body safe until it can be consigned to the dragons in the morning. Have I missed anything absolutely critical? I okay.
That's it.
Okay. I think I ended a little bit with Ulfer. Is that right?
Let's
Anybody?
say again.
I think I ended with Ulfer having a dream.
Yes, you did.
And I am going to retcon it ever so slightly, but that he was given the sense that he has moved in the right direction after many years of traveling circuitously and with no message that he is doing the right thing on his vision quest. So, Ulfer, you see a vision of light purple pinkish flowers growing in a bush. You've seen this bush 1,000 times. They grow at the very top of the peak of Kodahup. They actually boil and make a very nice tea. As you're sort of gazing upon these flowers, you see a stranger walk through and cut a handful of the flowers off. The stranger gets up to leave, smiling, then grimaces and falls forward. His back is feathered with quayish arrows, and it's at that point you wake up. And I don't know
what did the gentleman look like.
I don't know if I am pronouncing quayish correct, but that's your tribe, I think, as a Quayi.
Yep.
Yeah. Okay.
Yep.
The gentleman was as nondescript can be. In fact, the only reason he's wearing a hood, and the only reason you get just a slight glance of a hint of smile when he leans up before he is shot. Now, I just wanted to do that because that would be before he woke up. I would like to ask the party, how many hours before dawn is it? Everybody can have a long rest regardless, so don't worry about the mechanics of that. How many hours would you like to have before you guys make determinations? Then we will have you introduce your characters.
I think so. We're definitely under the impression there's a high chance that there'll be like additional attempts for the body, right?
There's a thought that may occur.
Okay. And who's transporting the body? I know we're guarding it. Is there an actual like person here to do the transport?
The Reeve is going to come with Reeve guards, but anyway, go ahead.
Okay. We're guarding the body, but the casket was taken elsewhere.
That's right.
As an attempt to mislead anyone who might come for the body.
I remember that. Yes, thank you. Thanks, Ed. I totally slipped on that.
So I would like to be. I mean, if we can get the long rest, I'm mechanically wise. I'd like to be up by like several hours before dawn because I'm a little nervous that that's when you'd get attacked. So even if everyone else is kind of sleeping, I think Ronan would be up and like milling about, collecting darts out of the wall and like reorganizing his stuff, that kind of thing.
Okay, you can recover half of the darts that you threw.
Yeah, I don't remember how many I threw. I don't think I tracked it. I'll figure it out.
Okay. I'm fine with up to like maybe one less than what you have in your inventory is fine.
Yeah, I'll start tracking it better. You know what? It might have been tracked actually. I'll figure it out.
Okay. So let's have a little bit of introduction from Ronan since you're sort of spoken. What would people see if they ran into Ronan and he is looking as he looks around for his thrown darts?
Yeah, so Ronan's a little shorter than average guy, pretty thin. Doesn't look like he eats a lot, but he actually does eat a lot. He's got really high metabolism. Very, very skinny dude, pretty pale, with kind of like stringy black hair that's a little on the greasy side. He tends to keep it slicked back or kind of pushed back off his face, but it tends to fall on his face. And clothing-wise, like you would see somebody who's mostly wearing fairly casual clothes, but lots of browns and blacks and like navy blue and just sort of like muted colors. Not like robes necessarily, but slacks and a shirt and a jacket, just kind of like really like almost like casual commoner clothing. And what you would see is he'd be, at some point, maybe even before bed, but at some point he would be retrieving darts, and the darts that he throws are these really long, these thin pieces of metal that are just like they're just points. And he'll be inserting them into container he has in his wrist. So he has this way to kind of like flick them to his hand. It's the mechanic of drawing as a free action instead of an action. But he can flick them into his hand and throw them. And so he's kind of like refixing that spring-loaded mechanism that's in there. And his whole background is that, you know, he is he's an ex-provisioner agent. So he used to work for one of the big provisioners, and for various reasons is no longer working for them. And that's kind of his connection to Delia, or was his connection to Delia, I suppose. And he was there to do some work for her, and she is no more. She died before the chance could come to get all kind of acquainted and hooked up and introduced. And so he's not really sure what to do. He's just he's going to help protect the body out of kind of like a professional obligation in a way. But after that, he's kind of aimless.
And just because it's a month in between games, I will say a Tiller folk did sort of try to continue the deal, as she was on the other side of the deal that Delia was brokering. So she was cutting out the dead middle woman, basically, and coming straight to you.
Yeah, and so he's been pondering, like, do I do that? You know,
at least she says that.
Right, and he was a little suspicious because he is has to be careful about his identity, and so doesn't know this person, and he needs to make sure it's legit before he runs on over there, basically.
Got it. So as Ronan is moving around the second floor picking up darts, what is Ben doing?
Ben is up, moving around, checking on the body, making sure nothing's happened while he was sleeping. Not a whole lot. If Ronan is up and about, might make conversation, but otherwise doesn't have anything he's actively trying to do at the moment. Ben appears to be human, sort of darker, olive complected, very dark hair with a trimmed beard, mustache and beard, very dark eyes that are sort of perpetually shadowed, though it doesn't not like in a tired look, just sort of deep set. Very handsome man, and really just being prepared for the day.
Okay. So as Ben makes slight, casual conversation with folks, what is Bone Splitter doing?
I think he's still tending to what is his
Lady Twilla Panroth.
Yeah. He's gonna be talking to Lady Twilla about her needs right now and the possibility of stepping away with this group to fight the Quaylanders?
Quaylani.
Quaylani.
You should call them Quaylanders, though. I think
Quaylanders is fun. Yeah, I lost an opportunity
there. Fucking Quaylanders.
As long as we don't talk about Quaywalker. So Quaylani, I kind of explained my my knowledge of them and my fears that larger group is coming, and if anyone's listening, I'm telling them that oh no, they've got an entire party somewhere.
Okay.
And I probably look the way I'm looked is I'm just like a maybe typical, mostly nude barbarian. But I have a ginormous great axe that is double-sided.
I thought you were going another way there.
Yeah, I did too.
I'm mostly nude and I have a ginormous axe.
So you're naked and you've got this axe.
Is that what you call it? Yeah, is that right?
A lot of like scars and whatever bone chunks hanging off of me. That's my part of my outfit.
Are you human?
I am human.
Okay. Such orc energy. It's just like the Warhammer orc, you know. Anyways, keep going.
All right. Lady Twilla will actually encourage you and will continue to pay you for your time with the party if you choose to accompany them. I'm going to just say that as a side conversation that's occurring during this time. I don't think that unless there's questions you have, there's no reason to role play that. I'm going to take this opportunity, folks. If you haven't done so, if on the right-hand side nav you have chat messages, combat, encounters, etc., there's one called Journal. There should be one in there called NPCs that you can see. Is that true?
We do not have an NPCs.
I have maps and player journal.
Hold
But
on.
I will write down Quay.
Is it there now?
Yep, it is there now.
Okay. And then Twilla Panroth should be one available to you.
Yep.
And then I have, if you open that up, I'm going to just show everybody this. You can see her picture. There's a space for you to make notes about her if you'd like at any time. And then here's what I have told you about her. So.
Nice.
All right.
Cool.
And I think I have. Can you see them for Darby, Farley, Philo? Boy, did I name the dwarves? What am I doing here? Darby,
Sleepy.
Farley, Philo, Sleepy, and Twilla. That is
Can't wait to meet
terrible.
Doc.
Terrible naming. Terrible naming conventions. Okay. But do you see all of those?
Yes.
Yeah.
Perfect. Okay.
Yes.
All right. So. So bummed with myself on the over.
No, it's amazing. I'm never gonna be able to see it. Even Twilla is kind of a dwarf name.
It is.
But let's all be honest. If Paul went in and changed those between now and the next session, sometime we'd never freaking notice.
Oh, I'm burning in my memory. I'm gonna remember Sleepy.
Well, Sleepy Turner Cart is the Tiller folk that you met.
Nice.
And that's everybody would know that they give themselves nonsense names as a rule.
Got it.
For the public. All right. So Bone Splitter is conversing with Lady Twilla Panroth. What is Cove doing at this time?
So Cove had a relationship with Delia, and she's dead, so it kind of ruined his plans. But he's still continuing to outwardly show affection to her body, so he would be in the room with her, just holding her hand,
right? Yep.
Okay. And just chilling there. Probably didn't sleep all night. Just trying to show respect, or whether that's real or not is debatable.
In the I thought I made a journal entry for you guys that I might not have made. I might have just dropped it in the chat and not shown it to you guys. So, oh no, it's in Cove's, and I'm going to show all players this. This is the tattoo situation on Delia's feet. More will come from that, but just so you had some kind of picture of what it looked like. And I think, Percy, I think you always have access to that. I think actually I probably just gave everybody access to it into perpetuity. But, do you all see that you have your own handout page now too? There's, I don't know that.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, good. So like some of you have notes and stuff in there that you have just received over the course of the evening. I'm not going to necessarily RP all that out except for one. Okay. So anything else from Cove? I'm sorry. Did you describe Cove?
No, Cove is fairly handsome young man. Well, not so young anymore, but he's like in his mid-30s. He's fairly well dressed. He's been living in the town for 2-3 years, and he's made some relationships here and some friends. He's a little concerned that what the half-naked man said might come to pass, where a group of Quilani are going to come and like rape and pillage. But right now he's more focused on taking care of Delia, and that's where he is. He's fairly light-skinned. His hair is blue. I don't know what else to say.
That's fun. And is known to be an entertainer. Has been playing music throughout the evening.
Yeah, he's been working in the tavern as a bard.
Okay. Sorry about the dogs. My son's come home from a swim meet, and it's big news to the dogs. Okay, and last but not least, there's a large man of the north. Ulfred, what's he up to?
So Ulford just woke up, and he's kind of sitting against the wall, and you can tell that he's deep in thought, trying to figure things out. And he is kind of I would imagine, an unknown to pretty much everyone in here. He is a very large person, like Paul just said. He appears to be human. He is very. He's got lots of hair. I'm jealous, actually. He has lots of hair, and he looks very wild. He is wearing armor, but it doesn't look like anything you've ever seen before. It appears that it is handmade. So you're seeing somebody who is obviously from the wilds and not from the city.
Right. And Ulfred's just sort of groggily waking up.
Yeah, he's just kind of hanging out and trying to make sense of this dream he just had.
Okay. Maybe got the dream drool going.
Yeah, a little bit. A little sleep in his eye. He hasn't quite wiped out yet. His hair is all fucked up, all messed up. Excuse me.
We have a mature warning.
Okay, we have a mature warning. So he's a fucking mess sitting there.
Fair enough. All right. So, you guys tell me 2 to 3 hours or 1 to 3 hours before dawn. Do you want to pick this game?
I'm sorry.
Oh, go ahead.
There is one more thing that I should probably add.
Okay.
I'm sure that people who had interacted with Ulfer noticed that he has these markings that are on his face. And you're not sure exactly, but you'd swear they're more pronounced than they were before.
Ooh. That's interesting. That sounds like a secret. Okay. How many hours is it prior to dawn?
I'm going to say it is currently 1 hour to dawn after getting all the preparations set up and, maybe eat a ration, do some light calisthenics.
Nice.
Try to run up the wall. I just can't quite do it yet.
Seems fair.
Anybody want to argue for any longer time? Otherwise, we will go with 1 hour just to keep things moving.
No, 1 hour sounds fine to me. Ben is sitting in the common room watching Ronan try to run up the wall, having a little bit of a chuckle.
And as he's having a little bit of a chuckle, you can hear they're starting breakfasts in the kitchen area, and Slinsby walks out and is asking for orders. And when he sees you, Ben, he says, "Oh, I forgot to hand you. You have a little bit of mail." And he says this very quietly, like under thing and slides you a piece of paper.
Okay,
And that note is in your handouts.
got it.
Okay.
Thank you. This is very nice of you.
Yeah. Eggs, breakfast meats of any sort.
That will be fine. Your standard breakfast, please.
Standard. Okay, on the eggs and pig fat.
That sounds wonderful.
Sure. All right. You start hearing the sounds of eggs frying and bacon sizzling in the back. It starts to smell like food. Twilla is asleep now after speaking with Bone Splitter and basically having the conversation of, doesn't matter to me if you go with them or you stay with me, and in fact, I would encourage you to go with them. I have this suspicion that there will be a renegotiation of a deal. Just remember that you and I have a prior engagement relationship, and I'd be happy to cut you in further if you needed. You're muted, Chris. I can see by the red light on your mic.
I'll bring to that.
All right.
Hey man, you're gonna be drunk fast.
I'm already a quarter of the way there. This is gonna get sloppy real quick. I'm sorry, guys.
Oh yeah. We'll get drunk and then try to remember it in a month.
Yeah. Good thing we're taping this.
I wanted to go back and see what my voice sounded like. Like, how did I do my voice? I was all over the place. It doesn't matter anyways. Like,
I don't think you did a special voice.
I don't think I did either.
Yeah.
What's the question I'm answering?
Well, you not so much answering, so much as given new information. She feels like there might be a renegotiation of the deal with the party, and that she would like you to remember you have a prior relationship, a prior business relationship, and that she would cut you in for further take just to keep an eye on things for her.
Well, that sounds.
You guys
would
are
be
playing
great.
a shady game, so I'm going to lean into it. Just so you know.
I understand. Well, I believe I will keep my attention on your priorities, and I think I'll do good. I think this Ronin guy and that big guy over there can fight. So.
And she says, okay, well, I will trust in your protection while I try to get an hour nap. And she takes a nap. Sitting right there, though. She's going to just
Okay. Oh, she's going to nap right there. She's not going to go upstairs.
No, I don't think she wants to miss anything. I don't think. I think that's what you're given the sense of is she doesn't want to sleep through the body being put back into the whatever has to happen now. Anything else people want to do in the remaining hour?
Perhaps we should
2 plates of eggs and pig fat.
Perhaps all of us should get together and have a little conversation about what we're expecting today.
And maybe about
we should at least be
who you all are.
Well, I'm your partner.
Partner.
Yes,
Okay.
you remember we talked about this last night. You and I are partners.
God, last night felt like a month ago.
Nice.
I'm sorry. Are we all together at this point? Is it safe to say? Sure.
I heard no sound of commotion overnight, so it sounds like the Quailani did not again.
Yeah, yep, I agree with that. We definitely were not killed by the Quailani while we were sleeping.
Well, and I heard no commotion wherever the casket was taken.
Oh, ICC. Yeah. No, you're right. Oh, so maybe things will be okay. Maybe this will be just an easy, quick job, and we can go our separate ways.
I'm just gonna slap my, I don't know, I assume I have a fork onto my plate and be like, perhaps we killed the scouts and the rest of the party doesn't know what transpired, but there is a party. We're talking about raiders, enough to raid small towns, sell people into slavery, rape and kill whatever they don't want to take with them.
How is it that you know this?
Ooh. Well, my village was raided when I was a
knew who
kid.
you were.
My village was raided when I was a kid. Killed my parents, and I was sold into the knucklebuster pits. Hardly a barbarian, just found it to be a suitable gladiator style that worked for me.
Mr. Bonesplitter, not to be insulting, but you kind of look like a barbarian.
I
You are really selling it.
When I watched my dad die, I thought, he did everything to get away from his dad, who was a barbarian, and I thought my grandpa wouldn't have allowed his city or his village to be torn down like that. He wouldn't allow his child to be taken away by raiders, and I thought better to be like my grandfather than like my father. Plus, I do this thing where I have this axe and I come down through the clavicle, and if I get through enough ribs, then the kind of torso begins to split, and that's where I got the name, and that's how I got this
It's not just a
axe.
clever name.
God, no, like
That's
it's
good.
anything, whatever you do. Stab a guy, you're the stabber.
I
So,
am very sorry. I'm going to interrupt. Chris's backstory reveal there reminded me that I wanted to give you guys inspiration right out of the gate today, and I would have awarded it for that backstory reveal. But so everybody, I'm putting the reroll. We're going to work it as a pool, so there are 5 in the player reroll pool.
Guys, turn that down.
Wow, they got down that quick. My kids
That was
never
yeah,
done
immediate.
anything like
amazing.
wow.
Dad voice.
Yeah, Winston's got
So,
he's got the parenting force.
Mr. Bonesplitter, do you have a real name? I assume that's just a stage name.
Real name. Real name is just some goofy name my father made up to avoid his barbarian background. He chose long breeches, quite the opposite of the garb you see me in. And I basically am wearing like hide shorts.
Well, I say
So
that
should we refer to you as loincloth?
I believe a
if
loincloth
you choose Bone Splitter, the Bone Splitter.
would allow the little great axe and the boys a little too much air, Stiff wind might reveal everything. I believe these shorts are doing enough. Keeps the sand out.
Gets everywhere though. Sorry.
Should we do like a D20 to see how many pubes are blasting out the sides of these shorts?
Nope. Yeah.
D100. Let's
Nope.
go for it.
Nope. Overruled.
We have
All
a
right.
mature warning on the stream, not an NSFW warning
Yeah.
on the stream.
So, Paul, before
Yeah.
we get too far, I just wanted to make a note that in the player journal, I have access to Ronin, not my own.
Oh. Well, that's a problem. I will fix that. Thank you.
Right on.
Yeah, same.
Oh, yeah, so do I.
Did I give everybody Ronins?
I guess.
Quick, add all the stuff you can.
I have mine.
Yours is right, Percy?
No, I have mine in player handouts. I guess player
Okay.
journals. I don't know.
Yeah,
I just have Ronan.
there's a journal where I think Winston added a Ronan page.
Yeah,
Oh,
I had
smells,
access to
yeah.
that.
smells like butt.
Yeah.
Got it.
Yep. Okay. Because you guys
I
can't.
don't actually have any handouts, I realize.
I don't think you do. You don't,
Okay, that might just be how it
you
is.
currently
Got it.
don't have any handouts. So I think Ulford does,
Yep.
and Cove does, Bone Splitter does not, and Ben does. So
Remind me, last time we did have a conversation about, or did we have a conversation about Cove's deal looking for the treasure?
I don't remember.
I think we had a conversation about the map and what it was for.
I think some of
Yeah,
you
and there
did,
was like
for
a
sure.
percent breakdown. Wasn't there?
I know there was a percentage given to Cove that he got 60?
Oh, you don't.
70-30 is what
70,
she
30.
said.
Okay, yeah.
I remember Ben criticizing him for that deal.
Well, I think that we have to speak with her and see what she's offering for 30% of what we get.
Yeah, I'm not criticizing it. I just remember Ben criticizing it.
We were in the midst of a battle. Numbers were thrown out. I don't feel that they're binding in any way. Till we find out what she's offering, like if she's offering to finance this expedition, then well, possibly it might be worth 30%. I'm not sure. And again, we don't know what the prize is at the end either. Like, so.
Well, we know that there is supposedly a treasure hoard. It's rumored to be substantial, and the map on the feet is to lead to it. But I look at that and I don't see a map, so we'll need to figure out how to interpret it.
Well, I'm hoping that she can do that as well.
I think she had said that it was clear that the map on the feet were a map to the treasure hoard, but not to the location of. Like, the map is how to find the treasure in wherever that place is. The map doesn't actually lead to the place. Does that make sense? Like, once you get there, that map will guide you through a maze, basically. But you don't even know where the maze is first. And you need to figure it out. I don't think I said it quite like that, but that's how I meant to say it.
I had heard tell of this treasure before last night, so it is substantial enough that word has gotten around about it existing. These Koyalani were looking for this person as well, so they knew of it.
Is that why you're here?
I'm here to pay respects.
Oh.
Or I was. Now I'm here because we've been offered this.
And how did you know Delia?
I did not.
Then why would you pay respects to somebody you didn't know?
Because she is an important person in this town.
But you're not from this town.
I have been here for some time. I have made this town my home. If you want to become a part of the community, it is important to make connections, and this was a time to do that.
Oh, so you were trying to make a connection with a dead body?
No, with the other people in the town who would be
Over
here
a
to
dead
pay
body.
respects. The funeral was a good opportunity to meet people in town whose connections could be valuable.
That's the reason I was here as well. I've heard of her, and she seemed to be very well respected by the town people, and I hope to be a leader someday, and I wanted to know what they respected.
Food starts coming out. Lots of eggs and bacon. Sitting in lard. Fried lard.
Gross.
good and gross at the same time.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, we all know.
Yeah.
Don't
Great
slide
hangover
down.
cure, actually.
Well, I'm telling you, I'm like, I need to eat that.
Yeah.
I need to eat that 8 hours ago.
Just give me some Crisco.
Oh. Oh.
That sounds so good.
A good lip glisten when you eat this, right?
Yeah,
Lip glisten.
you have to
And
shave
Wow.
afterwards.
you can get by with tater tots and anything else that has, tater tots and eggs. That'll get you through.
Oh yeah.
Anything good and fatty.
Yeah.
You throw the lard in there and the tater tart and eggs. I feel like this is an in-game conversation that we're having.
Okay. Well, anyway,
Yeah.
Flinty is happy to keep making people like carbs. There's pancakes, there's flapjacks, there's, but you guys are all getting fed, and he is doing this on the house because you guys were the ones who stopped this place from getting destroyed. So you're all being fed on the house.
Does he have any of those stringy potatoes? You know, I'm talking about little potato strings.
Like shoestring potatoes?
Yeah, I haven't had one of those in a long time. I feel like I could go for that.
We will make it happen. And he just shouts.
He's got channel
That is
knife.
hospitality.
Yeah, he just,
And you wonder why I want to be in this town.
also, it's a good business idea. We do it now! And he just shouts and runs back into the kitchen.
Farley's an amazing cook.
Absolutely. So what's the plan? Are we just gonna hang around?
Well, I
Watch
believe
the body
our
get set on fire?
contract for last night was to keep watch of it overnight and see that it reaches its final destination.
Okay. All right.
Well,
If we feel that the Quilani is like bone splitter, am I saying that right?
It really does. It really doesn't matter. Bone splitter, A
Bone
or hard
splitter.
R. It's okay here. Bone splitter.
Is it rhotic? Bone splitter. Okay. Anyways, Bone splitter says that there's quite a few more of these individuals, and I don't know a whole lot about them, but killing 6 of them was a little tricky. If there are 20 of them, that's going to be triple tricky.
We did alert the guards yesterday.
True.
I'm sure they set up some kind of defense.
They were great last night as well. Really helpful.
The guards?
Yes. I was being sarcastic. There were no guards to help us. I'm just saying that.
Well, I mean, technically the whole thing got done in a minute, so.
I know.
But yeah, they weren't around.
They slipped right past.
Generally, the guards are not like hanging out at the tavern. That would make for a pretty poor guard.
Well, it depends if they're on duty, I suppose.
Mm-hmm. All I'm saying
also, just because it's new and it's a month between we play, not a lot of trust between the Crimson Folk people and the Reeves Guard.
Right.
The Reeves Guard.
We don't know that though.
You probably have an inkling, because there's a lot of people not super happy about being absorbed into the Donnacam Empire. So guards are kind of the man, even in Crimson Witch. So,
yeah.
And the guards of Crimson Witch aren't from Crimson Witch, which is another thing that pisses the people off. So they're from Blankyard, so that pisses them off. So just a little simmering undercurrent. I think you would know. So.
Right, and I guess my point being there, Cove, is just high-profile funeral. No guards to watch it for this exact thing that happened. I don't know. Just saying, not sure these are competent folk.
I would also like to point out that the Reeve was not here as well.
Well, he did come afterwards.
Yes, but he did not feel that she warranted his presence.
Perhaps he did not want to interfere.
Cove, you would know he was here the first night. He just didn't come the third night. So there were 3 nights of the wake. So
from everything that I've heard, he is trying his best to give the people the space they appear to want.
Yes.
But you wouldn't.
Perhaps he should go back to where he comes from.
Ooh.
Well, you are welcome to suggest that to him. I don't think he'll take it very kindly.
Oh, I'm way more diplomatic than that.
Well, I look forward to seeing such a thing.
At this point, Twilla Panroth awakes because, as you all hear, she startles awake at something that startles you all, which is a scream right outside the door. It's a woman, and it doesn't sound like a scream of fear. It's a scream of an onset of pain. Like, no!
And you're like outside our door. You're talking like right at the door, or we hear it through the door.
You hear it
and it's
through
like maybe blocks away.
Through the door. Could be as far as 30 feet outside the door, in your estimation.
Okay. Did we bar the windows? Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Up to you guys. I didn't hear anybody barring the windows, but
yeah, I guess in my mind I was like imagining like a zombie movie where we had like
sure
boarded everything up, but I guess we didn't say that.
Yeah, I would think that would have been wise. I did not set these up to bar, but we'll say that they did.
Yeah, sort of this.
Going back to my I Love Foundry, like you could set all that up. Anyway,
should we be on a map?
Are you not?
No, we're not.
We don't have vision. Our new tokens may not.
There we go.
May not have vision. Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, that's better.
I'm sorry, y'all. I'm looking at the Twitch stream, thinking that's what you're seeing. Sorry. So yeah, actually. Will everybody jiggle their token? Okay. I didn't update Cove or Bone Splitter because you guys seem to be happy with your tokens. The other three,
I don't see a token.
You should be right here. Are you under? Is there another token there?
I just see a blank screen.
Percy's not on this map.
Why isn't Percy on this map? Yeah, that's true. He's not. Where the hell's Percy? Percy.
Not on any of the maps. Oh, now he's in the rooms. That's.
There's a button called pull onto the map. Oh, because you were on the second floor.
Well, he wasn't before. Now he is. And then he was, and then he got down here.
Okay. Do you see yourself now?
Yep.
Can you move your token?
Nope.
Uh-oh.
Oh,
somebody did. Okay.
Yeah.
So, Paul, what I'm going to do then in light of that conversation is I'm going to try to get a very sneaky peek through either one of the slats or the bottom of the below the door, or I'm trying to get like just a peek out without revealing my face in case it's like an archer.
Easy to do.
Great.
As you go to the door, I would say probably you have a better chance sneaking through this window here.
Mm-hmm.
As you peek through the shutter, you see that she was one of your waitresses last night. Gueri, blonde woman with puff
the one
balls.
with the bunions.
Yeah. She had big poofy buns on the side of her head. She is running quickly towards the door. And behind, you can see a crowd of people surrounding a woman. And they are all like sort of whisperedly, excitedly around this woman who is laying on the ground.
Oh no.
But it doesn't look like anybody's panicking nobody's panicking.
Mm-hmm.
Where he
comes like a murderer out there
to the door and pounds on the door.
I
need hot water! Hot water!
Yeah, I mean, here certainly. Is something happening? What's going on?
Oh.
Hot water is pregnancy.
Sindri's giving birth. Sindri's giving birth.
Oh right. Yeah, right. And I totally have no idea how any of that works. It's like hot water, right? Got it. And I'm just gonna run and start like saying the same thing to like the. I'm not gonna do. Sorry.
Yeah,
I'm gonna run, just hop over the bar and like try to find the chef and like be helpful.
All right. So about a half an hour prior to the dawn breaking, there's that pre-dawn light in the air. Somebody has gone into labor on the along the riverbank, and Gueri has run back to grab water for this situation because she's apparently going to give birth soon. So,
is anyone here a cleric? I look at Ben.
This is no business of mine, friends.
Playing the game of Clue, scratch off. Ed had to show his cleric card.
I am not a midwife.
Like, damn it.
That's hilarious.
All right. So, as this is happening, Farley will run out and help. Cast an eye. Well, sort of alone there with Judith and Tulip.
So, Twilla, you mentioned a deal. What are you offering for this venture?
I think I said the split would be 30-70, based on what you can carry out, of course.
No, just lick my fingers and walk over here to just. I mean, I'm not part of any negotiation, but I'm just a capable man is talking to her, and I'm just making sure he's being polite.
Oh, I'm always polite. So I was more concerned in what you were offering to this venture. I know your friend here seemed capable in a fight.
Well, Goldforth Provisioning House is not without. How do I put this? Efficiencies. You're unlikely to find just like 70,000 gold that you can put in your pocket, and well, yeah, as if you could put 70,000 gold in your pocket. There will be some needs for monetizing some of the goods you'll find.
I think my problem is there's like 5 of us. And if we only get 70% and you get 30, you're getting a better deal than the rest of us. And
that's a reasonable argument. What are you proposing?
You don't have to travel.
Well, we will have to travel because.
Oh, you'll be coming with us.
No. I don't know that I've made clear the size of the rumored hoard. It's substantial. You won't be able to carry it out yourselves. So
you're going to provide labor to carry our gold out?
For the finder's fee. It's not really a finder's fee since you're actually the ones finding it. It's sort of a reverse arrangement. Make an offer, Mr. Laven.
Laven, it's fine. You see, I'm not really seeing what your value in this is. Are you going to tell us where the map leads or where it is?
She casts an eye at all of you.
I'm still at the bar.
Okay, who's there?
Not even coming over.
Okay.
I'm listening.
Yeah,
I'm not coming.
Bone Splitter.
Ulfer's
and
listening, but he wouldn't know what was going on.
it is quiet. You can all hear. There's no trouble hearing because there's nobody else in the tavern right now, other than some people snoring upstairs. That's not going to prevent you from hearing anything. So everybody can hear. Are your tokens where you're at? Let me
Yes.
remove. I'm going to remove dead bodies as well. Okay. Tokens are where they're at. Okay.
Yeah.
She's going to actually get up and walk around the coffin so that she can see all of you.
Coffin's not here.
Right. Well, the coffin is now a corpse, representing a corpse in this
Yeah,
case.
okay.
So appreciate that. Thank you. That's a fair point. So she walks around the corpse sitting on the table, and so that she can at least not necessarily make eye contact, but fix your person in her gaze and says, there are benefits to having a provisioner house. Make a claim. Should you find yourselves alone with an extraordinarily large amount of money, I guarantee you all 4 of the provisioner houses will take an interest. That interest can be uncomfortable. I could hire someone else. You're very convenient to be here.
You could, but they wouldn't have the map.
No, that's very, very true.
I just lean in and be like, body hasn't been burned yet. Let's say I don't just go up there and take a drawing of myself. Oh my god, drawing of myself. A drawing myself.
Can you draw?
I can trace.
I find myself at your mercy, gentlemen. What do you think is a fair amount?
Do we even know how much money we're talking about here?
Estimates put it north of 50,000 gold.
I spit out some water I was drinking. I'll take 2%. Just kidding.
And
Why don't we just split it? How many? There's what? 6 of us?
yeah, that's
Split
what I
six
Why
was
would
ways.
thinking.
anyone
Is
need that much gold?
that some of us
Oh,
have?
partner,
Yeah.
there are so many ways we can make use of that.
I'll take
You'll
your
have
share.
to show me.
I mean, like I said, rumors put it north of 50,000, but nobody ever found it or came back from it if they did find it. So
Oh, so you're saying somebody might have already taken it?
I don't honestly know. Are you wishing to have a retainer fee on top of this?
Well, perhaps. For our time.
Certainly. I will provide you all the sum total of the party each. So 250 for the party, 50 gold each, just to take on this excursion.
And 20% each.
20% each is not unreasonable.
Does anybody have any thoughts on that?
Bear in mind,
20% each would be unreasonable because they would leave nothing for the provisioner house. So you should check your math.
6 times
Yeah.
20 is 120. It'd be 16%-ish.
yeah. Well, we will take 10% speculatively. You can take each. What was that leaving? 90 divided by 5. So I can't do that in my head, and I
18.
should be able to. Thank you. 18. 18% each. 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 18% e we claim the lands that you find.
It's like we're negotiating with Wizards of the Coast.
It's actually what I've been channeling a little bit.
That's the real reason why you cared about it, is prep work.
That's prep work. No, it wasn't my own doom scrolling. But yeah, prep work.
Look, that sounds good to me. I'll be honest, I'm a little suspicious this even exists, and then extra suspicious that we won't just get ourselves killed. So I think if this comes to fruition, I'll probably kick it myself, but I'll take it.
High risk, high reward, right?
Something like that. Put me down for 18% of 50,000 gold.
How could somebody make a name for themselves in this lifetime? They didn't take risks.
That's very true. So 10% for the provisioner house, 250 gold split between the 5 of us, and we split however many of us are left at the end, split the rest of the gold.
Fair. Paul, when Twila said that, was there any sort of knowing look?
Insight check.
Oh, that's not Foundry. Where is it? There it is.
Welcome back, Tony.
50.
No. No knowing look. There's this is just for Winston. This slight paranoia when she says that.
Mm-hmm.
But your insight tells you she's actually making a statement, a profession of faith.
Right.
Okay. I have one question.
Yeah.
We don't know what land this is on. Do you know that you can claim it? What if it is owned?
I think. How should I put this, sir? We'll make an offer based on privileged knowledge to the Donnacam Empire, and they will be compensated. Of course, this is somewhat dependent. I'm being highly speculative, you understand. But this will be somewhat dependent on what you return to me. I have no need to find one-time treasures.
I would say this. Perhaps rather than you claim the land, we all agree not to make any claim on the land. Because we cannot promise that you can have it. We don't know who owns it. But we promise not to make a claim ourselves.
Thanks, Ed. That's better. I like that. Yes, perfect. We are in accord.
I have no need of land out somewhere in the wilderness.
But the land could be quite profitable. But that's
for someone who wants to work it, sure.
Yes, agreed.
Yeah. The amount of coin that you're talking about, we could probably buy land elsewhere if we wanted.
If you want land. If you want land now, yes. Yes, of course. And believe me, I believe there's much land to be settled in between here and anywhere up into the wastelands, into the coal fields.
Well, the current residents might disagree.
She seems.
Yeah, depends how much money you give them. They may be very agreeable.
Some of them may have no interest in money. Look at Ulfer.
Some don't, and they need to be persuaded. It's only a matter of time till you find the right persuasion point.
People here believe that they can own the land. This is very strange.
People here believe they can own anything with enough leverage.
Ulfer just laughs at that idea.
And I look over at Ofer. Every time I hear Ofer, I want to say, "Oh, for Pete's sakes!" But
Nice.
Everybody's name can get turned into something.
Yep. Oh, yeah. Bone splitter sounds like genital mutilation, but I look over at Ofer and I say, I don't even know what you said. Damn it! I'm drinking.
He said you can own the land. That's interesting. And then Ben responded, with enough money, people here believe they can leverage anything.
They can own anything.
So I look at Ofer and I say,
I said,
I grew up being owned. And then I point outside, by these assholes. Give them no mercy.
I said people here believe they can own anything with enough leverage.
Leverage, thank you. Okay.
They will see none from me, friend.
Well, shall I draw up a contract?
I have no problem with this.
So I will get a take from this as a member of this party. That is in addition to what I'm currently owed.
Yes. And actually, she'll pay you out right now. So you can add 15 gold to your equipment. And she says, and quietly to you, people can make perception checks if they wish to hear, with the agreed upon bonus.
I nod and smile and then say, would you like a plate, a breakfast plate?
Sorry, Ben.
That's okay. I'm sitting way over at the bar.
I was going to say, from where you were at, if you were very close, maybe a 7, but yeah, Cove, maybe. I think you can hear that there's a slight little whisper between them because they have moved to each other so he can pay. So, I think you might hear you know that they had a little side conversation, Cove, but you don't know the content of it. All right. Anything else? Oh, at this point, Gueri runs in. It's a girl. And there's a lot of people cheering outside, and then right behind her, 4 Reeves Guard enter. Reeves Guard, they're wearing so the colors of Donnacam are purple and gold, and these are some faded purple. It looks like they're wearing their dress uniforms, but their dress uniforms sometimes have to be their everyday uniform, and so they're a little worn. You're in a backwater, so they're doing their best to look like respectful and important, but at the same time, the Reeves Guard do look a little shabby. But they have swords, they have weapons. They don't look like they've never been used. These aren't dithering idiots, but there's a little bit of that undercurrent of they didn't send their best for our best kind of thing. And so the 4 come and they look at you and they say, by order of the Reeve, we relieve you of your watch.
Well, good.
Okay. And one of them walks back and they bring the coffin back in to put her into this coffin. And her body is placed in it, and it is carried out the front door.
Cove would go with them.
Yeah, and Twilla does as well. So, what do you guys wish to do?
I mean, I think I'd like to follow the body, see it to completion.
Mm-hmm.
Make sure no one else honestly looks at the feet.
Okay. The casket is never reopened.
I'm going to wait until everyone leaves the
Okay.
tavern and then reach under the bar where there's some shadow and take a handful of the shadow and pull it into myself and cast Mage Armor, wrapping the shadow around myself,
Done.
and then follow.
Provided everybody's... I'm going to assume that was done after Ulfer left and everybody else left.
Correct.
Okay. Everybody else was following?
And then just walk right behind them.
Okay. All right. As you all exit, following sort of a somber procession, the Reeve Guard here don't... They're from Blankyard. They have no idea. I'm going to put up... I'm going to display maps just so people get an idea. So Crimson Witch is sort of this backwater forested area along Compston Loch. Blankyard is the capital of the region. It was the capital of Buxleydale, which has since become absorbed by the Donnacam Empire. As you walk out to the river from the Thankful Axe, so you're right around here. I can't make that ping, but you're right above the 5 on the map that I've forced onto your screens. I think I forced it onto your screens.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Yep. As you're right above the 5 there, she is placed. There's a bridge that goes over, and over the bridge are standing 2 sort of very rural-looking youth, and they have flaming arrows ready to go. And the coffin is placed in like a dugout canoe out of a giant log, and it's covered in pitch. And as it is about to go under the stone bridge, the youths shoot it with the flaming arrows, and it ignites, and it passes downstream, southeast, down the Free Clare River, in flames. Standing near the bridge, in between the 5 and 2, standing near the bridge, you recognize Philo, the half-elf cleric who was at the bar fight the night before. You can see him in the player journal, the NPCs. Philo is a half-elf, sort of in his later years. He is a priest of Waxamvea, and he is singing a hymn to Waxamvea, and then starts moving towards you all. He does appear to be intent on the group of you. What do you guys wish to do? That's after he concludes the service, by the way. Everybody's sort of breaking up as the
Sure.
the goes in flames. There's a large, it's like a bagpipe type music that is played as it floats down the river in flames, and he sort of gently is moving towards you all.
I'm going to try to kind of like casually mingle out of the area, so I'm not like the first person he sees. Okay. Does that make sense? But
yep.
Like be aware, be around. Try to blend in.
Okay. A stealth check, or however you want to play that. You want to play that differently than stealth.
I'm gonna roll an insight to see if I notice him doing that, because I might assist if I do.
Oh.
Yeah, I will. As Ronan sort of tries to slink back into the crowd, I'll step in front of him and wave to Philo and make a little bit of a show.
Okay. Yeah, you can roll advantage if you would like to.
Okay. I hit a 22. I'll roll again.
Go ahead.
Let's get it. Come on.
No, can't beat that 22. Okay. But Ben does, as Ben steps in front of you, it's sort of a bit of, just feels like it was a little easier to find shadows to stand in.
Easier to find shadows? Oh, to stand in. Gotcha.
Yeah, to stand in. What are the rest of you doing? What are Cove,
taking
Over,
notes.
and Bone Splitter doing?
I think Cope would be like full on crying at this point.
Okay.
Hmm.
All right. And you are approached by Traven, who was Delia's closest friend. She runs the mercantile store, and she gives you a hug, and you know her well, and she's also in tears. So there's an outpouring of support around the community, and those of you who are upset are you maybe not get drawn into the huge group, but a couple people will come and pass condolences on to you, vice versa.
Okay.
I think that I would be standing probably by Cove and Twilla and have my like axe down, but still holding my axe like towards the top of the head of my axe and just holding it down to be like proper, but at the same time I am like crazed and hyper vigilant looking out for Quaylani. Am I saying it right now?
You are. You are. And you can go ahead and make a perception check.
All right.
I'm going to check in with Over, and then I'll come back to where we were there for a second.
Go ahead and stick with him for just a second because I have to look for something.
Okay. So, Cove, Philo is approaching you in particular. And so, after some comfort from Traven, he sort of waits his turn and then grasps you by the shoulder and, gives you Waxham's blessing, whatever you feel about getting that. But thanks you for being a steadfast friend and guardian of her wake last night. Um, but as he's talking to you, his eyes glance away towards Lady Twilla as he's talking to you. And then he realizes what he's doing, and he locks back eyes with you.
I would like to whisper to him, like kind of get him in a hug. I don't trust her as well.
I'm going to ask her intentions now.
Do you need help?
I wouldn't mind your company.
Of course.
Uh, and then, as you release from the embrace, he says to Twilla, was it your intent to buy her out lock, stock, and barrel? Do you intend to take all her lands? And she says, well, our intent was to purchase the sawmill. Are there other opportunities for business that the Gold Wharf provisioners could engage in? And Philo looks. Anybody who's around can make an insight check. Given, I think there's a given here on a number.
Nope.
Okay. Okay. And everybody's got some sparkly dice. All right. All right. So, Cove and Ronan note that he's lying. There's a bit of a shifty eye as he says, no. All that she owned is here in the town. Um, just she had some coastal, like on the shoreline property to the north. But Never did anything with it.
The money that they are spending to buy her property, where does that go?
Well, who are you asking? Asking Philo?
Yeah.
It was, and he goes, I wish to be completely transparent here. It was Delia's wish that it would go to the Waxa house. Um, and I will see it well spent. The Waxa house is what he runs. He runs this for injured folk who can no longer log or fish or do anything. Basically, it's like a pensioner's house, and so he's planning to use the money from the sale to expand services to those who have been injured as a lumberjack or uh, as a fisher folk. So
I think Cobb would be like, oh, and clearly disappointed.
yeah, that was her intent, was to see Wax's will done.
A noble cause.
And so Twila then takes her leave and heads back to the Thankful Inn, Thankful Exit. Uh, the celebrations then begin, I guess, anew. The rain stopped, by the way. I should stop all this. It is sunny, and I can take off all of these controls. Um, so, all right. What is it that you guys wish to do at this point? I may actually call here, give you guys a minute here. I might put it on a break and give myself a bio break here quick. Because
Too much wine.
I've had a lot of wine. So I think I'm going to put us on a 2-minuter here, and we'll be back here in a couple minutes. Thanks, everybody. We're not muted. Everybody can hear me saying live, live, live. All right, here we are. All right, that was way longer than 2 minutes. Partially because we all took bio breaks, and partially because we then started talking about the benefits of different types of beer. But now we're back in the game, and where we left off, Cove and Ronan noticed a little bit of deception on Philo's part, as he was saying that the only lands he knew seems like perhaps he was digging for information from Lady Twilla and so Ronan is a little bit back. He is obscured by Ben, who's standing in front of him. The others are standing around as a crowd is sort of listening to this bagpipe type music playing off, and it's now distant glimmer, like a smoke trail over the trees, is what you can see of the pyre that has now since passed down. It's been a little emotional. Cove has received a little bit of support from other people who were close with Delia, and this is where we're at. Seems to be almost a staring contest now between Twilla and Philo.
Did I get the impression that maybe she thought he knew more about lands than?
Give me an insight check. As you stare into Twila's face, Twilla, getting an idea of what she's thinking now.
And as you do that, you notice that there is a large brown wolf that just rubbed up against your leg in a very reassuring way.
Oh, you turned into a wolf?
Whose leg?
Well, nobody asked where Ulfer was in a while, and that told me that nobody was really paying attention. So you don't see Ulfer around anywhere.
Walking through
I was
town.
going to say, they might be a little nervy about a giant wolf walking through town.
Wolves generally aren't welcome in town.
But the wolf is has rubbed up against your leg like a domestic dog would. It is clearly not a wild. It is clearly not a wild animal.
Whose leg was that rubbing up against?
Yeah, I was going to say, I want to know that.
It was as if to comfort Cove.
Got it.
I guess I would look down a little startled.
Yeah.
Not sure.
Is this your wolf, Mr. Laven?
Reach down and scritch it behind the ear?
I didn't realize you were such a friend to the wild animals.
I've never seen this animal in my life. It seems friendly, though.
It does. How odd. What was your insight? 8. Hard to read. I think the one thing you'll be able to pick up is she's relieved that this wolf showed
up. Your wolf, Twilla?
No. I find it just as odd as you that there's a large wolf here that seems to be so domesticated. Look at the ears. The ears, I am assuming, are back as you're petting it and flexible and pliant.
Yes.
What a strange occurrence. Master Philo, I will, of course, be making the required payment and giving it all to the very worthy cause of the House of Loxa. Would tomorrow be convenient for you? And he sort of nods, and but he nods at her and then looks right at Cove. And she kind of turns around, and she kind of gestures at Bone Splitter to follow her.
All right, I'll do that.
Okay. She's heading back to the Thankful Inn. Philo is trying to catch your eye, Cove. Not subtly. I think Ronan and Ben would pick up on it without any roll necessary.
Perhaps we should talk.
It's no secret to me that you were an intimate of Delia. Did she ever speak to you of her cabin out west.
I don't believe she mentioned it.
That's not surprising. It was like a retreat of sorts for her. Probably maybe once every 3 months or so, she would.
I'm surprised she didn't take me there.
Well, I mean, uh, to be fair, I am not surprised. That was her place of solitude. Um, that was just when she needed to get away from here, she would go there. She mentioned to me it was sacred to her. And as you know, she was a devout follower of Waksa. So it's, I would hate to see a provisioner house acquire her private home.
So, what are your plans for it?
I was wanting you to know it existed. I'm not certain how many others did. Traven, perhaps. My own cabin.
Are you saying you're gifting it to me?
No. I am merely wishing you to know and to keep an eye, perhaps. I don't trust her. And
I don't trust her either.
I heard that. I feel like Delia had a secret. Maybe you would be interested in. I have no further need, but I don't want her wishes and her concerns trifled with for the gain of people who live thousands of miles to the west. I I don't know what she did there, but I
I'd
do.
certainly be willing to make the pilgrimage there. Do you know where it is?
And he gives you a map. All right. I don't know if this was already revealed or not. Did you guys in maps, Navyshla maps? Did you already see west sprawl of the Crimson Door Forest? If not,
You had way too much fun naming these.
I do.
See it now?
All right.
No, I do not have it.
It's under the maps handout.
All right. I will say, as a point of pride, this is my favorite Wonderdrift map I have made.
Yeah, you made this? This is amazing.
Thank you.
Wait, what's it called?
The west sprawl of the Crimson Tor Forest.
So, do we have any suspicion?
I think I just hit show players, or if I didn't, Percy, you should now see it.
Yeah, I got it.
Okay.
Now I have it.
Okay. Paul, do we have any suspicion this is related to the treasure trove? I mean, it was her feet. We have secret land.
I don't know.
I certainly have that suspicion.
I mean, I do, but I'm wondering if I'm like oversimplifying the situation. Like, I don't know. I guess you can't tell me that answer.
I cannot. I think.
Paul, am I stupid or not?
Do you want to roll an intelligence check?
Yes.
No, I can't tell you. Okay. If you'd like to make an insight check, I guess you can.
No, I
don't. I would be a very high DC because you're tying what Philo said to what another person said.
We're doing it then.
All right.
If I have a high DC, you gotta name the number right now. What is it?
It's going to be about a 19.
19. Nope.
Okay. You are not.
It was mathematically possible, but
you are not certain. Okay. So this map doesn't look this good. I just had fun with Wonderdrift. But basically, you have the map. You have a demarcation of Crimson Witch. And then there's a path. Now, many of you have probably seen this path. It's mostly a deer path, but this is where folk who are looking for something other than fish to eat for dinner will go deer hunting. They may go as far as 1 or 2 hexes over. The path does go down to a small lake. It's not even. I mean, it's a lake, because each of these hexes is 5 miles. So that's definitely a lake, but it's nowhere near on the size of Comston Loch. And so it's a small lake that feeds the Tamthorn Creek. Well, it doesn't feed. It's what the Tamthorn Creek feeds, coming down from the deep Neil foothills. On this map, you have a markation. Now, the first map, as you're going from right to left or east to west, the first house near the K of Tamthorn Creek that you can see there, a little white house next to the lake. You all see what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
That Philo indicates is his cabin. He has a lake cabin out there. It is a spiritual retreat for him. He indicates that he has never been, but he believes that the one cabin that has the dashed line coming down between the H and the O of Tamthorn Creek, down into the woods, is Delia's cabin. And that is the map he gives you.
And we're just on the street at this point.
Yeah, he's handing you this map, and he doesn't sense that there's any reason to be secretive once Twilla has left. He has absolutely no problem talking about this. Many people know he has a cabin 10 miles out, southwest.
But not a lot of people knew that she had a cabin.
No, in fact, he thinks perhaps, the shopkeeper did, whose name is escaping me for a second. But he doesn't think anybody else did.
The shopkeeper being Traven, the other
Thank
elder.
you. Traven, yes, one of the 4 elders. Yep, Philo, Traven, Delia, and Farley are the 4 elders.
Well, I will certainly head that way when I get a chance. I will see if Barley still needs me, or
This is going to be for flavor only, but in case it's important, he casts Bless on you, Cove. I don't think that lasts long enough but we'll see what happens. You guys might just start fucking with people. And you have Bless on you currently.
okay.
All right. I always think
I would
that
like
people
to
would
get
do
with.
that. I feel like clerics would just be doing that. Like, oh, you have a
Yeah.
rough day with your mom? They cast Bless. I feel like they would do that.
Your girlfriend just died.
Yeah.
Bless.
Bless. Yeah.
I would like to get with the rest of the group.
Okay.
I know the big guy is good in a fight, but I'm not sure where his allegiance stand.
Who are you saying that to?
Well, you're not there, as far as I
Well,
know.
He is right there, but yeah.
So
Well, I think Ben's the
other
only
two,
one
Ben
visible.
and-
Ben, yeah, because Ronan
Yeah.
was behind
Ronan
Ben.
flipped into the crowd.
Hidden.
Well, allegiances are a funny thing. I don't know where his allegiance lies either. He certainly has been honoring his contract with Twilla. She said she paid him out, but he did keep a watch on her throughout this proceeding, so perhaps his contract is not complete.
Yeah, I think he still has either feelings for her or he's still working for her. I'm not sure we can trust him.
Yeah. We don't need to trust him implicitly, but I would trust him to have my back in a fight.
I suppose that depends on who we were fighting.
Well, if you're going to go pick a fight with Twilla, you let me know. Get
Oh,
out of the inn for a
no.
little while.
Like, she's our benefactor. Why would I pick a fight with her?
Is she, though? Benefactor is a funny word. Sort of like allegiance.
Interesting. Where did the scrawny guy go?
Well, I'm right here. I
Just went to take a leak.
Shoulder. I was just hanging back. How you doing, Cove?
I'm a little sad.
What the fuck? And I'm looking at this wolf. What is that? Is this your dog?
I have never seen this animal in my life.
Are you currently petting it while you say that?
Yes. Well, it's a wolf that's rubbing against my leg, so I'm trying to keep it calm so it doesn't start eating my leg.
Just give it what it wants. It wants a neck scrub, you give it that, because otherwise,
Absolutely.
it might want meat.
Does this wolf have markings reminiscent of Ulfur's markings?
Ooh, fun question.
Yeah, the hair color, the fur on the wolf looks like the long hair of Ulfur. Yes.
I'm gonna do an insight check. Paul, I hate to. I don't normally do that, but can I?
No,
do an insight check?
I don't think you need to. I just actually like to metagame for a second. I just watched a Matt Colville video where he goes, unless there's a compelling reason that a failure would do something interesting, and the player actually had the idea, just let it go. And I keep thinking, you know what? That's a fair freaking point. Like, I don't have what would happen if you failed.
Well, my thinking is there like a lot of magic in this world? Like, do we know that people can turn into animals?
Yes, definitely.
Oh, okay.
This is not a low magic world. And that's that's a fair point. I mean, even to think about where Cove comes from, that's a high magic world. But it's not where Cove comes from is not common either. Like, there's no other underwater cities. That's the only one.
Well, that we know of.
So yes, so magic is exciting still. Not every dipshit on the street can do it, but they have, I'll just use the language here. They have a 6th level cleric.
Well, and he just cast bless. Like, he didn't just say, bless you, my child. He cast bless.
Yeah.
Right. So
he drew a sickle in the
air. I think the thing I would say is this, to repeat something from the very, very beginning of Navyshla, and this is a good time to repeat it. The dragons are the gods, and the dragons don't shy away from showing up. There are only 15 dragons in the world, and they show up. And they have babies. So, couple things just to bear in mind. So, magic happens. Magic isn't like in Crimson Witch, Philo is special, and there might be a hedge witch here.
Right.
But in Blankyard, of 40,000 people, it's probably a magic show. So that's the level of magic. To clarify, that's the level of magic. So magic isn't just everywhere. Everybody's like, oh yeah, magic things happen every fucking day. When they happen, they're cool, kind of like when we see a really good firework. You know what I mean? Like,
totally.
Yeah, like fireworks are kind of common. You can go and buy them at the fucking store, and they're not exceptional. But when
you don't see them every day.
But when you see something amazing and you don't see it every day, it still inspires awe. So does that make sense? Lots of people have shitty cantrips.
When you're this is a weird question, I feel like, but when you're trying to figure something out, when your character Winston is trying to figure something out, what does he look like? Is he looking at the wolf like just?
Oh yeah. So when I'm coming unseen. That's a good RP question too. It's like, what does he look like? And I would say that I try to play things off and look like I'm not trying as hard as I actually am. So if you're perceptive or insightful, especially in wolf form, you probably would notice a slight furrowing of the brow and like the eyes kind of looking a little bit off and askance occasionally while I'm thinking and processing.
I almost see your character going up to the wolf and
Mhm.
like lifting its head up and looking into its eyes,
Yeah.
trying to see if you can see anything.
Put my arm down his throat. Yeah, you're a good boy. No, I'll see the fur and I'll just be like, this might be a little bit of a shot in the dark, but Ulfer,
And you see
Ulfer.
the dog. You see the wolf just kind of give you that head tilt that you see dogs give when they're
When
understanding.
they recognize their name.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah. I love
Yeah,
that.
well, see, it's the tone of voice. If I say Ulfer, he's gonna respond. If I say like Ulfer, he won't even notice. So I could say, like Robert, and he'll hear that tone. No, I'm just kidding.
That's
Like
not wrong.
want to go outside, Robert? Yeah, Ulfer. You're looking a little. There's a little hairier than normal. Just a couple hairs more.
He kind of, the wolf kind of walks in a circle, but stays with the group. Just kind of is looking around, maybe showing off a little bit.
Yeah. Okay.
There's a little bit of trepidation as this wolf is walking around, and yet word's gotten around that there's this group of people who, in the Thankful Acts last night, stopped a murderous rampage. And so now you're starting to hear rumors that the wolf is an old friend of Cove's, and that Cove has wolf abilities. And people are talking about it as if they've always known. Like, oh yeah, well, I mean, music tames the savage beast, so uh,
He sings really well. He
yeah,
could certainly tame an animal.
the Cove, yeah, Cove, what? Yeah, Cove's got wolf friends. What? That's what happens. So it's starting to be accepted that this wolf is part of this extraordinary group of people who have shown up in their town. Now, going into the inn, Twilla pulls, that doesn't have to pull aside because you're the only two in there, talks to Bone Splitter and says, I want to be clear. This is potentially, how do I say this? Bullshit. Like, there could be nothing out there. But you've been honest with me. I'll be honest with you. This is rumors. This is hearsay. But Delia was once one of us. And when she left, monies went missing. So I think the chances of you finding something good are pretty high. I'm not asking you to be a dishonest person. I don't think you are. And in all fairness, I try not to be a dishonest person. But I'm here for profit. So uh, I am paying your retainer above and beyond, not to necessarily backstab these other fellows. They seem perfectly good people who I would hope at some point to hire again in the future. But uh, I don't know them. I feel like I've gotten a sense of you. So my coin hopefully will let basically, I'm asking you to let me know if any of them skim anything off the top.
All right.
If there is anything, either way, you've been an excellent employee, and I hope to retain your services again in the future. And if you come back to me and tell me there's nothing, hopefully that's the truth, and we go about our business, right?
All right. Well, thank you for this opportunity.
If I can be of any further assistance to you, Mr. Bonesplitter, perhaps, given what I have heard you speak about, my business will conclude here within the week, and then I will move on to Blankyard. I am considering putting that off until, if you are able to make this journey soon, until you return. However, 10 days at the latest, and I will move on to Blankyard. Once I go there, if you would like, I could look into your family history. I have connections.
Well, that would be great. I've been searching for my grandfather, as I told you on the way here.
Yes.
I would like to learn something true of my barbarian ancestry. I mean, till that day, this is merely a costume, and I'm just a maniac in shorts right at this point.
Your, the heart that you have shown me says otherwise. But I will ask our staff to perhaps make some inquiries. If our paths diverge here and you wish to look me up in Blankyard, you will find me in the Gold Wharf Provisioner House of Blankyard. And maybe I'll have news for you. Either way, I shall have your payment for continued excellent, I presume, service.
Well, then we will meet again.
Until we meet again, Mr. Bonesplitter. And she actually goes up to her room. And goes up to her and just takes her leave of you. So you are alone, basically, now in the Thankful Accent. What are the rest of you guys doing out in the streets where there are people toasting the birth of a newborn baby girl? And there is still a bit of the last strains of the bagpipe kind of quartet that is playing off Delia's funerary bier.
Well, I think I will make my way back to the inn. It is a little bright out here.
Okay.
So, are we making plans to go to this cabin? I think it's the place to start, at least.
Right. If it's not related to her horde, maybe there's clues there. You know.
Well, if I was to hide treasure, that would probably be where it would be.
The floorboards of her cabin.
Well, I think she was a little more clever than that, but we should find out.
Okay. So, are you heading back to the Thankful Axe, all of you, including Giant Wolf?
How long can you be a wolf, Ulfer?
An hour.
Hour.
The wolf wanders off at this point.
Oh, where are you going?
I'm also gonna go toward the inn where everyone else is going, but I'm gonna kind of walk around it and kind of check and make sure nothing seems strange. Just walk around, and as I'm behind there, Ophir appears to walk around the other side of the building.
Okay. What map are you guys on? Are you on Thankful Axe right now? Yeah. Okay.
Mhm.
Tony, Ophir as Wolf here, right?
I'm inside the building. I don't
Oh, you wanted to
know
go
what
in?
map you're on. No. My token is inside the building.
Okay.
I don't know what map you want me to be on to be looking at.
Oh, why are we in dark vision? I turned light on. Hold on. Lighting. Okay, can you see everything now, Tony? Right here?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
So the way I heard you describe that is you kind of walking around this corner.
Yep.
Okay. But before,
So this is the front door over here, right?
Yes.
So we just came in from like over this way, maybe?
You came in from this way.
Okay. All right, got it. So yeah, the wolf kind of veers around here through the trees and kind of comes back in through here.
What's the wolf's
And,
passive perception?
Ooh. Yeah, I have no idea.
It uses your stats for.
Oh, it uses
for
your.
mental
That's
stats.
right, because you're wild shaping. So what's
So
your,
it
this
uses
is
your,
wild shape.
your passive perception.
what's your passive perception?
Passive perception is found somewhere I'm not seeing.
Well, it's 10 plus your bonus. So it is 13, which is enough. As you're getting to about here, right when you're like in your intent is to round this corner, and in sort of this little bit of space where you can just maybe outside of people's eyes transform back into a humanoid, you hear two voices speaking. They're speaking common, but it seems gibberish to you, like word salad, like saying things like truckload banana, he farted. Well, that's wonky.
So, Ophir will.
I shuffled the
Wolfer
beans.
is what I'll call him. What's that?
I shuffled the beans.
He kind of circles into this bush here and tries to see. All right. That's not very good.
As you wander into the trees, you startle two folk who run north off the map here. This isn't actually north because I oriented this wrong. This actually is south. South is. I do this all the time on the table game, and everybody makes fun of me. When we play at my house, like, actually, I do this against the Giants all the time too.
Yes.
Right. Shit. Sorry, everybody who always plays with me. I orient maps the wrong direction.
It's all good.
All right.
They go off the map up. That's all we need to know.
All right. But you recognize Tiller folk clothing.
But I don't recognize the people at all.
You saw one of them last night. She had been talking to your friend Ronan.
All right.
And
so
they scamper off. You're not feeling like this is a great place to change, by the way.
Right.
Maybe
totally.
you don't. Maybe you can do what you want, but you are not sure how far away they ran. I guess is what I will say. I'm sure. I shouldn't tell you what to think. But.
No, I get it. But yeah, you were spot on. I would not just change there. So I'll continue to walk around. I'm just kind of, wolf.
Well, you now know you're around the stables.
And the horses are going ape shit.
Yeah, because there's a
Right.
horse. Yeah, exactly. Thank you. I didn't even think of that. That's true. The horses are going fucking crazy because a wolf is walking by.
Would they be able to see me? I mean, do horses have windows?
They can smell
they would
you
smell
for
me.
sure.
Yeah, good point.
And
good point.
all of you hear the horses go fucking ape shit in the stables.
Oh well, that's a.
Is there anybody around?
No, as you can't. Well, actually, give me a perception check.
Your wolf has advantage.
Your wolf does
shit.
have advantage, so go ahead and roll another.
Thank God. Thank you, Ed.
That's better. You feel fairly good.
Okay, so it's just going to be one of those things where as I come around this corner, it's Ulfer now.
Okay. And the horses are just flipping out as you walk by. And right now you're walking by the gates into the stables.
Yeah.
Okay.
In fairness, the animals probably would react that way to Ulfer.
That's true. You are a little different. But
yeah. So
but I don't think you smell like I don't think you necessarily smell like a predator, like a giant wolf who is almost the size of a horse.
Yeah, fair enough. Fair enough. But Ulfer is not fazed by the fact that the animals are freaking out with him walking by.
Gotcha.
Is what I'm saying.
Gotcha.
So, Ulfer will walk and just kind of finish going around the building this way.
We can check forward you.
Yeah. Does he see anything else as he goes around the building?
As you wander around the corner, you do see like north, because down is north here. You do see a number of mourners, and I mean, like anybody who's ever been in a small town on a parade day, the parade's gone by, but people hang out. You know, there's some people who go back to work, but there's some people who this is their day. You know, those people are still hanging out. But otherwise, you don't see anything untoward. There's no like large Reeve Guard presence or anything. But bringing up the Reeve is still there, and he is talking with those hanger-ons. You guys met the Reeve last night, if you don't recall. All right.
And eventually, Ulfer will just join the group.
And for sake of moving the story along, I'm going to put you guys all back into the building. And there are a number of other people who have now since wandered in and are getting like early lunches, whatever, because for some people this was a holiday. And otherwise, it's sort of a quiet time because most people have gone back to work. There are people who are still talking about the fact that what a strange thing that a baby was born on the day that Delia's body had been consigned to Waxen. And that's the scuttlebutt you hear, as I assume the five of you gather to discuss plans.
Get at the baby. The baby's Delia.
It is surprising that these people can find in places.
They could find what?
Pattern. They think this is something special. Babies are born day.
It's a small town. They're suspicious of everything.
Yes, I see so.
And they probably don't have a baby born every day here, if it's small.
Not here, no, but babies are born every day. The babies come when they are ready to come. It doesn't matter that someone was buried.
That is true.
Okay, Ed, I have to compliment the way you said that because that was so Inigo Montoya. The babies, they come every day. Huh? I didn't do a good job. You did a great job. That was awesome. They come every day. All right. Anyway. So, you guys, I gathered around the table, maybe?
Seems fair.
So,
All right. There's no combat that we need to get into any, like, we're theater of the mind right now. In fact, I'm gonna even take us out of this space and activate the splash room. You guys are sitting at a table in an inn. You're comfortable in this inn. Cove, you practically played here for well, you have not just practically, well, yes, actually practically have played here most nights for the last 2 years. This is a comfortable space. There is no Twilla Roth here. It is the 5 of you, and you have choices.
So I should, I guess, maybe share a little something before we get on the road. So you know the Tiller folk. Well, there's one of them that approached me, and since we're partners now, I guess I could loop in on this. But I was
sorry. I'm really sorry to interrupt you.
Go for it.
There was a contract drawn up for the 18% for each of you. So
yeah, 18%.
You do have a provision or contract with the House of Goldwolf.
well, we'll have to read those before we sign them.
Yeah, about that. Well, I guess it's okay.
Well, that's on the table. So that's on the table with you guys. Is this contract? You haven't signed it. You guys have a contract. There's 5 of you sitting there. Now go ahead. Start this. Sorry.
So before we sign this thing, if we do, I had an arrangement. I was working on an arrangement with one of the Tiller folks, Sleepy, Sneezy.
No.
Looking it up, Sleepy Turner Cart.
Sleepy Turner Cart.
Was that what it was?
Yes, that is correct.
Wow. Yes. Okay. Anyways, and they wanted me to meet up with them and escort a package. It's a paying opportunity. So I'm wondering if, since we're kind of working together, do you want to be cut in on the deal? Maybe we could do a little side job on the main job. You see what I'm saying?
What kind of package and where would we be taking it?
Oh, I don't ask questions about the kind of package. Typically, that's how you get in trouble. But as far as where we're taking it, I think that actually, I don't think I know that yet. Right? They would tell us.
You knew it was a wooden box, and the wooden
I'm not
box.
telling them that.
Okay, you're not going to tell them that. Okay. You know, it's roughly about you yourself. No, it's about 1 foot wide, 1 foot deep, and 6 or 8 inches tall. So.
And do we know where we're taking it? Yeah, did she tell us that?
She mentioned to you that it would be going in the opposite direction of the west. It would be heading southeast to Blanchard.
Gotcha. So it's not. Yeah, got it.
It's not on the way.
On the way back.
Potentially. Depending on how the way you go.
That's true. If we ever come back. So yeah, I don't know. Just putting it out there. You know, we could pick it up and do a little delivery work, or we could just forget about it and make our fortune on this trove.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. Is that I don't know the Tiller folk very well, but I'm sure they're not going to pay us 50,000 gold to do this.
True, but I'm not totally convinced we're going to get paid 50,000 gold. I think we got paid. I mean, if we find this and we don't get stabbed in the back by Divisioner, as they want to do, sure. But just putting it out there as an option. I'm happy to sign on for this and not do the delivery. This is frankly more interesting.
I think if we sign the contract, they have to pay us.
So
well, they were not paying us anything. We were getting 18% of whatever we find.
Here's the thing about contracts. They have to be enforced. And one of the things is we have to be alive to be paid. So they may agree to pay us, but we are no longer existing entities.
In fact, you specifically negotiated for that exact contingency when you were discussing this. You said all of us that survive gets to split the 90% that's left.
Yeah, but what if that's 0?
Exactly.
Zero surviving.
I also wonder if this contract as it stands, it might not give us a little leverage over the Gold Dwarf if we want it. Whether we sign it or not, they are offering this, and it is not public knowledge, and it might be something.
Sure. And listen, here's the thing. End of the day, I'm happy to sign it. And I think you all should be happy to sign it if we get the money. There's no real, and I maybe page through looking for like loopholes and stuff, but I just wanted to throw it out there that signing a piece of paper when you're dealing with a provisioner.
The only thing we're promised is 50 gold apiece.
Right.
But I will take 50 gold to write my
18%
name.
of something and 18% of something that we tell them we find.
Sure. I have to say, she had asked for 30 and very easily dropped to 10. Sometimes when you negotiate with someone and they don't push back, that's actually kind of a red flag, you know?
I
Like,
did
That they
notice
don't
that as
intend
well.
us to walk away with it.
Yeah.
Honestly, though, she didn't really have much of a leg to stand on. We have the map. She does not.
True.
And I'll look over at Bone Splitter as I say that.
Oh fuck! I forgot he like works for her.
Hey, Chris, I would like you to roll just for me so that I know something. An insight check. Just a thing.
All right. Too many things to close to find my character sheet now.
Sorry, man.
Very good. Insight, you say.
Yep.
Is that one of your good ones?
Oh no. Yeah. Oh no, nothing. Sorry.
Well, I'm just like, I'm signing this, and
The number on the die was one shy of what I was looking for. Sorry. All right. Yep. You don't.
too many people who are willing to give adventurers this kind of a cut. Yes, we have leverage, but
Well, as our friend here just said, it did seem kind of suspicious that she was willing to drop. Like, from what I understand, the provisioners would sooner slit our throats than give us what we want.
Sooner slit our throats is my concern. But yes, I'm with you. So, my take on it is, there's 3 explanations for weak negotiation. 1, desperation. 2, there's something we're missing on the value. Maybe that 10% is, and the land rights are more valuable than the 30. Or 3, no intention to follow through with the agreement.
There is a 4th possibility. She does not actually believe we will find anything.
That's also true. But then why send us?
Because we find the land and she claims it.
Yeah.
Perhaps
10%. It's the land that's valuable then.
10% of nothing is the same as 90% of nothing, but she comes away with land rights.
Oh, even 50-50 split.
And it's also Delia's land.
Well, we did.
Well, the only thing that we've promised is not to make a claim.
Right. We're
If
waiving
it is
our
Delia's
right.
land, and the House of Waxa now owns it, they can fight it out between them. I don't care. I don't have a dog in that fight. Sorry, Alfer.
All right, forget about it. I'm in. I'm signing. Now, in this world, do we sign with like a signature or a stamp? We have like rings. Like, what's kind of the nature of the sign? Mm-hmm. But like, did you pick a quill and write your name down? I'm just trying to get some flavor in the world.
For those of us from a still normative background, Joseph of Nazareth. So, Ronan Shaw of where?
Where we're at or where I'm from?
No, where you're from.
Oh.
So you would
Right. I'll have to think.
Or
about
if you don't want to share that, then you could certainly say from Buxleyville or wherever we are.
Yeah, you could. I mean, I think there's enough people who would sign off at this point that Cove Laven has been for 2 years living in Crimsonwich, so you could say Cove Laven of Crimsonwich. You wouldn't have to say Ed now. You could all say of Crimsonwich, probably without too much trouble. Even though some of you have only been there for 12 hours, or well, probably at this point 36 hours. But
right.
That's what you're signing is you're saying you're from Crimsonwich if you say that.
Got it. I think I'm going to say I'm from Sabrafair.
Okay.
I would sign Ben Umbrius of Crimsonwich.
I am going to actually put this into the chat. Ben Umbrius.
But I would like to make a like an investigation or something to review the document.
Go ahead. Make an investigation check. Of Crimsonwich.
I feel like Ed's lawyer is coming out of
Ronan
Just fine.
Shaw.
Great.
Looks great. Ronan
Looks
Shaw.
totally fine.
Before I put Sabrafair on, where is the other party that's playing? Where are they at right now?
You mean
table group.
the Herbocale people?
Yeah.
I'm so happy that you asked. They are in Herbocale. Can you guys? You're on this map, so you can see this. They're here. You guys.
I don't know this, but just for fun, I'm gonna say I'm from Equinfort.
Okay. Ronan Shaw of Equinfort.
Just to force a tiny thread of connection.
Oh no!
Well, we haven't been there yet.
Oh no! No! There's about to be a lot of connection. I actually wrote it. I'm having so much fun. Ed knows because he's playing in both campaigns that I'm like drawing shit in both of these. I pulled a whole bunch of stuff from this campaign into our last table game.
Nice.
So,
The fun thing for me is that my backstory is playing from the other campaign is playing here, and my backstory from this campaign is playing there.
I'm having a lot of fun with that myself personally because I get to be like. All right. Ronan Shaw of Equinfort. Cove Laven of
the Donnacam.
Of the Donnacam, going all like, okay, that is totally legal, but it is considered shady, and you know that. Do you want to keep doing it?
I don't want her to know where I'm actually from.
Okay. It's legal. You can do that. Bone Splitter of
the Knuckle Buster Blitz.
Of what?
Knuckle Buster Pits.
Of the Knuckle Pits. Ooh, that's hardcore. Okay, of the Knuckle Buster Pits.
They'll know me.
All right. And last but not least, Ulfer, what are you claiming? Ooh, this is huge.
He just writes Ulfer.
Yeah, it'll just be his name, and it's after watching everyone else what they put down. Like the whole idea of a contract is foreign to him.
Yes.
So he would have watched what they wrote and mimicked that in some way.
So, do you want to say of the Vuori Mountains?
No, I would probably claim this place because this is where it's happening.
Of Crimsonwich.
Yep.
Okay. Those are now recorded into the history of the game as your contract with the Gold Wharf Provisioner House. This contract will be sent in triplicate to several locations. Okay. You can all thank Winston for this.
Geez, thanks, Winston. Like, why didn't you bring everybody a drink? Like, why is it just you?
Oh, I was
Yeah,
saying
that's bullshit.
thank Winston for creating the provisioner house thing.
Look, Paul, you created it. I nudged you one and you went nuts. So I love it. The triple kick. Now, I will say for my sake, Paul, sidebar,
Yeah.
that if I didn't pick Equinfort out of my hat in the moment, it's just like part of my fake identity. So because I understand that this is going to be something that gets fired off someplace.
You can absolutely choose Equinfort. I will say it's possibly more credible, and Ronan would know this, to say Syntacit.
Okay, let's do that. Syntacit.
Okay.
Is that okay?
Yep, for sure.
Because what I'm sort of like is brother. I'm not. The idea is that he has this location already like worked out.
Syntacit is a major port city, and
Okay.
it's probably Equinfort is just where all the rich people live, but old rich. The new rich live in Syntacit. All of the major deals with Herbocale are done through Syntacit. So,
Cool.
Okay.
Yeah, Syntacit.
I am going to introduce through gossip, as you guys are listening to stuff, because this is something I just wanted to have come out. There's some scuttlebutt about ill tidings, because a partial eclipse is going to happen in the next 18 days. And under that partial eclipse is ill omened. And so maybe as you're sitting there, you hear Traven talking about how she's closing her shop during the partial eclipse. There's only one moon, by the way, so just heads up. There's one silvery moon, just like ours, and it's for parts of Navyshla it will be a full eclipse. In the southern hemisphere, it'll be a full eclipse, but where you're at, it will be a partial eclipse. And this eclipse hasn't happened in centuries. This time and style of eclipse, this time and like not style, but the way it's eclipsing, the way Navyshla is interrupting the moon's light or the sunset is interesting and considered by many to be ill omened. And so this is something that's being talked about. But it's just so awkward how, not awkward, but just ominous how we lost Delia right in front of this bloody moon.
We didn't lose her. She was murdered.
And Gueri hears you. Not Gueri hears you say that. You've heard. This isn't the only time you've heard that, Cove, in the last couple days. There's a couple people who think that she might have been murdered.
It seems to me that you told us that she'd been poisoned.
You think so, yes. Yeah. That's very likely. Yeah. I don't know that I told you that out. Did I say that all right?
I think you alluded to it.
Yeah.
That something happened to her, and then like 3 days later, she was dead.
She was sick, and she got ill quickly and died, and she had been always considered hale and hearty.
Yeah, well, she's a dwarf. Like,
yeah.
They're like immune to poison, I thought.
Well, some poisons are made for dwarves.
Yeah.
I think the idea of a race being immune to poison, or a species being immune to poison, is sort of like somebody would come up with a way to kill them. You know, like so.
But you're immune to poison, but the dagger still hurts.
Well, or this one thing. Whereas
immune to poison, but they have a deadly peanut allergy.
Yeah.
Or as Lauren Hill said, that thing. It's that thing.
That's what kills.
All about it.
Really?
Yep. You don't know
Fortunate
that.
for their
This
species.
is all speculation. You guys are sitting around a tavern having beers. You're well fed, and anything that you guys ask for is brought to you. I mean, at least for the day, Farley is happy to provide any of you any food that you guys request. So you have whatever you want. But you know the following information. Just to reiterate. One, the Quailani might be around somewhere. You don't know for a fact. You know that where the thing you just signed says you're going to head west.
No, it doesn't. It says we're going to find this treasure. It didn't, because she doesn't have any idea about the West.
That's true. You know the only other property that you know of that was off the books is to the west. That's a fair point.
But she's never been told about that.
Who hasn't?
Twilla.
Twilla knows nothing about this. You do.
To our knowledge.
You do,
But the
though.
contract doesn't say we're going west. The contract says we're going to try to find this thing.
Fair point. The contract doesn't know that, but Cove, also because Ben and Ronan heard it, and Ulfer, that there is land to the west that she owned that was off the books. Or at least, if she didn't own, she occupied to the west.
I also find it curious that it's off the books, so she didn't want the provisioners to know about it.
Well,
They
that's
want
the
land.
reason. If she was trying to hide things from them and she previously worked with them, it makes sense that she wouldn't want them to know about this property.
Could be. Could also be just it's a little cabin out in the woods. Wasn't worth the hassle for the tax and the paperwork.
Well, until recently, there would have been no tax on it.
She was a very rich woman. I don't think that she cared about the taxes.
I'm going to give you guys a time. It's 10 a.m., by the way.
Well, if we are going to find this, when do we want to head out?
Well, might as well go now. Why don't we rustle up some horses and get going?
And not go check with your tiller folk about their contract at all.
I think it sounds like no interest. We could talk to them. We could at least,
I have nothing more tying me here right now. My
Yeah.
business is concluded.
Well, you see, the thing is about my line of work, sometimes, it's best to have no contact. Because if you have some contact, there's always a chance someone sees you. So, I think they'll get the message if I don't show up.
Are they going to be angry?
Business. If I took every single job was offered to me, I probably wouldn't be around here very long.
But I'm forcing some stuff on your guys' screen. Are you seeing Crimson Witch?
Oh, sorry, I was looking at Discord. Yes.
Okay.
Well, I'm seeing the maps.
Okay. The only reason I'm forcing this is just to say you guys are in 5 right now.
Mm-hmm.
The Chiller folk thing is in 4, off to the east.
And we want to go west.
And the map leads down the road past 8, Wax's house.
So here is my thought. If we are to leave town, we leave town through the southeast road and then cut across land so that no one sees us heading westward.
I like your thought
They're
process.
follow us.
What was that?
You think people are going to follow us?
No, not necessarily. They might, but I think that if we want to keep this close to the chest, the better we mislead them, the better for us.
Nice. Are you guys leaving right now?
I mean, I think unless there's something you'd like to do. I think we might as well.
Are we taking horses? Because that's kind of a big sign that we're going somewhere and people might try to follow us.
I don't have a horse, and the 50 gold is not going to get me one.
Fair enough. I guess it's on foot then. Should we even go together, or should we maybe space it out? Are we that worried? I guess if we don't go together, it makes it easier to get jumped.
We could
What do you
space
think,
it out
Olfer?
and each leave town through the southeast and pick a point a mile or two down the road to meet up and then head through into the woods.
I might suggest that we go in groups
Mm-hmm.
instead of one big party. Maybe a group of 3, a group of 2. I'll
Well,
go with the big guy.
I've made no secret that Ulfer and I are partners, so perhaps we leave together.
Oh, I just assumed that I have the map, so maybe I need the big guy to protect me.
Well, it depends what you mean by the big guy. A bone splitter is no slouch.
I was speaking of Ulfer.
It's like high
And
school all
perhaps
over
the
again.
3 of us go together.
Very well. And then Bone Splitter and Ben?
I am Ben.
Oh, sorry. Ronan. I'm terrible with names.
Ben, Cove, and Ulfer, and then Bone Splitter and Ronan. Is that what I'm hearing?
That's what is being proposed.
Okay.
Well, I'm definitely with Bone Splitter. The whole clavicle thing, very surgical. I was convinced.
Okay. All right. So who's going first? Which group's going first?
I'll go. Bone Splitter, you want to go first?
Let's go. I think there might be some Kailani up here, and I'm not convinced that they're just not waiting for someone to come out.
One of you roll me a d12.
All right, I got it.
Do it.
Okay, don't roll a 1.
What'd you do?
I said not to roll a 1, you piece of shit. This is broken, Paul.
Okay.
Opposite.
So, here's what's going to happen. I need a map that I don't have prepared. I will bring it up in a half a second. Do people need a bio break while I prepare a map quick? Would that be useful?
Sure.
If we were playing this at my table game, I'd be like, all right, guys, go get some food and I'll put this together. So,
that sounds good.
Real quick, we'll take a bio break. I'll get a map together, and here we go.
Oh, thank God I'm with a barbarian.
It's an entire
He's there.
Live. Here we go. All right. Here we go. All right.
You should
So
probably give them like a good hour before we follow up, right?
How about a good 6 seconds?
Wait a minute. Before we do that, we're here. All right. How long are you waiting?
I was thinking like an hour. So
I mean,
And
if
were you
it's
guys
even 3
like
minutes,
were you guys marking something on the map for where you were going to meet?
the idea
Yeah.
was somewhere like a mile or two down the road. So
Okay.
I think so.
Okay. So you're going to give them an hour. All right. Here we go.
Yeah, I mean, look, there's no way they're going to help us in this combat if there's a combat.
Yep. Nope. There is no
It
way.
was nice
Possible.
knowing you. Good luck.
Here we go. Here we go. I would like the passive perceptions, not a perception check. I would like the passive perceptions of Ronan and Bone Splitter.
Oh no, it's 12.
Okay.
You're muted, Chris.
That's a perception. Where is that?
If you look on your sheet next to the word, like your perception.
Oh, you rolled a 1. What did I roll? Okay. Yeah. All right. I rolled a 2 as a collective.
A 9.
All right. As you guys wander in, you're aware you're on a deer path. It's been, even to a degree, like it's not. I have the gravel function down here, but I think it's more like it's been sort of worn down to the point of it's hard packed. This is a well-worn trail, and as you walk into this sort of, I don't know, it's not necessarily a clearing, but the trees sort of pull away from the path a bit. You hear a twig break that doesn't sound natural, and so you.
I think everybody's still on the splash.
Are they really?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You haven't moved us yet.
Shit. Are we? Wait, where are we at?
We're on
And
the
there's
open
still no
splash.
map. I'm just kidding.
Okay. Hey, Galaxian's been here.
Yeah, I think we're lost. Bone Splitter. I'm looking at the map.
All right, can you guys see the map?
Not yet. You have not
Oh.
activated
I still see the initials on the open splash.
All right. I don't know that Ed. I don't know if you guys will see anything when I activate this, but I'm gonna activate it and we'll see what happens.
There we
We'll
go.
probably go to dark, right, Ed?
Yep.
I don't have a token on this scene.
Okay, I'm gonna pull your tokens on, but you guys aren't playing, just so you guys can see.
It's
Yeah, that's
for
fine.
what it's worth. It's still black even with the token on there. So I think it might be a vision thing going on.
I'll fix the vision in a second.
No worries.
Cove and Wolford, just so you guys can see. Please don't interact, obviously. And then
I feel like if it's bandits, man, Bone Splitter, you're gonna get some splits happening.
All right. Can you guys see?
Yep.
Yes.
Okay.
Banana split.
All right. I'm gonna move you guys off to like the wayside here. All right.
Yeah.
All right.
Wayside.
The wayside.
You put us at a bar?
Yeah, at Central Michigan University. Hail to the Chippewa. Tony. Class of 96. Okay. So, clearly I've been drinking. And
Now you know each other?
yeah, Tony and I went to college together.
That's cool.
Yep. We were RAs at the same time.
Oh, nerds.
We were not nerds.
Were you narcs,
No,
though?
absolutely not.
Were you narcs, though?
We narcs.
Let me put it this way, Tony, and correct me if anything I say is untrue. We were not nerds. We were morally ambiguous as RAs, and then we both ended up becoming Dean of Students, like in the Dean of Students office.
Yep.
And ended up feeling like that wasn't a great career for us.
Yep.
Also, we both have PhDs in higher education, and
This is true. This is true.
and made that decision after investing that much time and energy into that career. Okay. Okay.
This is true.
Yeah. So you can get a lot of education and still be a dumbass. Is the point that I am making with that? Sorry, Tony. I'm dragging you down with me.
I was going to say I was surrounded by them. In fact.
Yeah. Well, when you're surrounded by assholes, yeah. Anyway, moving on. All right. So you're not surprised, but will be able to roll initiative at the same time. So, would you please highlight your tokens? And
all of us or just them?
No, just them. You guys are not there.
Okay, that's what I thought.
Sorry.
We're still at the tavern.
Nope, that's all right.
This is going to be slightly boring for you guys, I am afraid.
No, that's all right.
Oh, I don't think so. It'll be fun to watch things die.
Nice.
In whichever side that those things happen to be on, I suppose.
So 90% split 3 ways now.
Nice knowing you, Bone Splitter. I rolled a 5 on my initiative.
Yeah, that only matters in round 1.
Yeah, that's true, but that's an important round when you have 11 hit points.
He's not wrong. Also, all of them are obscured. So.
Oh, it could be good. Actually going last.
Except for this guy that we can see.
Yeah, he should be obscured. All right. I will move him slightly. All right. So
he's the dumb one. He's like,
oh, I'm hiding.
No. They did roll a 2.
Guys, have they seen us yet?
All right. Here we go. So let me start this encounter. Begin combat. This guy is going to shoot.
It's going to be like
his crossbow at Bone Splitter.
It's like, we're being watched, right? The arrow flies.
Does it hit a 21?
Jesus Christ.
Yes, it does.
Just barely.
4 points of piercing damage. All right.
Okay.
That guy goes. Then onto this guy who apparently is not hidden. You should be hidden. Okay. All right. Is he got range? Does he have range? I don't know. He definitely does. He also will pick the big guy. And he will shoot his crossbow. By the way, they become unhidden when they shoot, right?
I would say, yeah.
Okay, so that guy's...
I mean, trees don't usually shoot arrows, so that makes sense.
Exactly. So this
Well,
guy...
if they had taken the hide action, they lose it when they fire.
Right. So, okay. A 12 over?
I'm not there.
Bone Splitter. Sorry. Bone Splitter.
It's going to miss me.
All right. So this guy actually you become aware of him as well. And that will lead to this cat over here. He is also going to fire. He's going to fire at Ronan because he's closer.
Miss.
He will miss, and he will become invisible or visible. Bone Splitter, you're up. Shots fired from here, and here. I've made them visible, but also just because of, I don't know if I put sight lines on this map or not.
Doesn't look like it.
Okay.
All right. Well, I'm going to, as I run over here.
These are definitely Kaolani, by the way. They're not dressed.
I feel like
they're not dressed as Tiller folk. They're dressed like Kaolani. I just did Kaolani tokens.
Chris, this is definitely like buddy cop movie or like action movie. I'm like, you go left, I go right.
This is like Terminator 2, and you're John Connors, and you're like, no killing. and I'm just gonna like kneecap this guy with an axe and be like, "He'll live."
Nice.
He lives and flies off.
Yeah. So I'm gonna run over here, and as I start running, I'm just gonna swing my axe up so that my hands are at like the very bottom of the.
Of
And
the haft.
yep, I'm gonna
Are you
bonus
raging?
action rage.
Yeah.
Yeah,
There it is! Rage!
raging.
Oh, I think he's angry.
Yeah, he might be angry.
And I'm just going to
Oh, for funsies, you guys are about 20 feet away from your rendezvous point, where you're supposed to wait an hour for the rest of the people.
Okay.
Okay.
I'm
How
just going to
suspicious.
drop it straight down like I'm splitting wood.
You got it. Oh, that'll hit for sure.
All right. And here is my damage.
No! Oh! He
Plus
goes,
2 more on top of that because
yeah,
of raging.
Yeah, because of raging, and he is like, you do the bone split up if you want. Like, you can actually do the clavicle cut on that.
You know, even if you don't do it perfectly, you're still just taking an arm off. Yeah,
No.
I'm gonna come down the clavicle and just do a couple down ribs and just open them up.
And he's dead. He's out. You just split him. Bone split. All right. Anything else, Bone Splitter? You got? I think you have a little movement left.
All right, I'm just gonna immediately abandon my friend and do 1, 2 here. Wait. What did I move initially? 1, 2. Yeah, I got 2 left.
All right.
So, and I'm just gonna yell, "I'm coming for you, Raider!"
Ooh. All right. So this cat here is going to see an opportunity with the skinny guy left alone, is going to shoot at him with his crossbow.
I was gonna be like, yeah, that was a bone splitter. I finally got to see it in person, and then
He's going to miss. What a chump. Yep. All right. He's actually going to move, though. He with the other guys, he should have moved.
Does he reveal?
Yeah, he's revealed. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay. All right. And that'll bring us to Ronan.
Okay. All right.
He is behind a tree. So just.
He is behind a tree. Okay, so he's got some cover.
Yeah.
All right. I'm going to go 5, 10.
Cheating, I have 1 more square
15,
than I thought.
Okay.
20, 25. Do I have any sight on him yet?
Yeah, I would say, like, I tried to think of the pines as not being all the way down to the ground, so you could probably,
okay,
like, kind of shimmy down and shoot, you know. If you
so I'm going to get to right there. That's 35 feet.
Oh, as you get there.
Well, that's just inconvenient. So I'm going to turn around and I'm like just about to like fling a dart at this other guy that's running.
Yeah.
And then I'll run past this guy and make connection to him. Was he holding an action or anything?
No, it's not his turn yet. He hasn't gone yet.
So I'll just do like a spin, and instead of throwing the dart, I'm going to like take the little like straight dagger out of my jacket and just like, whoop, sorry, didn't see you there, buddy. Oop. And then,
didn't see it. I have something for you. Oh.
Yep, and I'm gonna have to hit him with the dagger because he's point blank range. Or try to hit him with the dagger, anyways. So, okay. Assuming 22 hits.
Oh yeah, for sure.
All right, so it'll be 7 points of damage, and then I am going to bonus action flurry of blows.
Nice.
So I'm gonna like cut him across with the back swipe of the dagger.
Yep.
And then I'm gonna come at him with a like basically just like take the dagger across and then like elbow him, and then I'm gonna smash him in the face with the palm attack.
You got it.
Try 11. I'm assuming misses.
It does.
He blocks the elbow, and then
he takes that one.
Strike.
He takes the face strike.
and that'll be for another 5.
That will do it. He goes down.
Poof, just shove his nose right into his brain and just like, okay, lay down now. And then
lay down.
Yeah, and then I'll finish the rest of my movement. Actually, will I do that? Yes, because they've got crossbows. So I'm going to go ahead and close my movement. That was 40 feet. End of turn.
I cannot remember how to make the skull big.
I think you either right click it or you control click it.
No.
Let me see if I can.
Right click it out of the gate, does it? Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So that'll bring us to this guy who's dead. So I will remove him from combat. All right. And that brings us to the actual top of the order. So this bandit, Will,
is dead.
Oh, he is dead. You're right.
Holy shit, Bone Splitter! Watch out!
I didn't. This dead guy's coming at you. I did not do his thing correctly. There we go. He's dead. He was over here. Okay.
Damn, that would have been totally cool if this were what was happening. Like the Quilani are actually like necromantic and. Ugh.
Winston, keep it closed, man. Don't give him any ideas.
No, that's not what he's.
Yeah, Winston, you run plenty of campaigns. You could do that, right?
I could. I'm gonna write that down.
He's gonna scimitar attack you. Well, my dogs really want my attention, and I'm.
Give bandits that zombie ability where they get back up.
20 to hit. Bone Splitter.
Oh yeah, that's gonna hurt me.
He's naked.
And he has this axe.
So he's got his gigantic, enormous
6
axe.
points of slashing damage to Bone Splitter.
All right, turn into 3.
Oh, turning to 3. That's right, because he's enraged. All right, this guy will become. He is going to 5, 10, 15, 20. Is going to attack Ronan.
Uh-oh. I should have patient defensed.
Scimitar attack.
But then you wouldn't have killed that guy.
That's true.
15.
That hits.
Okay.
Right on the money.
4 points of slashing damage. All right, and that will bring us over to Bone Splitter, who's got a guy up in his grill who just flashed at him.
All right, I'm going to whack him with my axe as well.
In the tool shed?
Yep.
Damn it.
Damn it,
That's right.
Bobby!
Damn it, Bone Splitter. You've been whacking on my forest road.
Oh, I saw the 20.
Miss. That will miss. Anything else from Bone Splitter?
Nope.
Okay.
I would like to remind you guys you have inspiration.
You do actually have reroll.
Oh, yeah. Use it, Bone Splitter.
You also have
You
reckless
just saved my
attack.
ass.
Yeah. Do you want to use a reroll, Bone Splitter?
I use a reroll.
Okay. Yeah, 15 will hit.
All right. Here comes the damage. All right,
Aw.
that's Kaka, so I'm gonna use my savage attacker feat.
Okay.
So it is instead going to be
Plus 2 more
7
because you're
damage.
raging.
Plus 2 more because I'm raging.
Ooh, 7 is not enough, but it's close.
9. It's 9
9.
damage.
Oh, it's 9?
Yeah.
9 is enough. And that
Nice.
will put him into the dead zone. Oh, I did it wrong.
Plus dead, minus dead. Gotta right click it.
There we go.
There you go.
Okay. All right. So that will bring us to Ronan.
I think this guy maybe hasn't gone yet.
Oh, you're right.
Wait, did Bone Splitter not want to move?
Oh, Bone Splitter could move if he wanted to.
I guess I could help my friend. 3. Up.
All right. So this guy, I did skip this guy. No, I didn't.
This guy has gone. This guy, he ran away, and I haven't had a chance. Like I chased him, and then I ran into this dude. So he hasn't had a turn yet.
This guy hasn't had a turn yet. Okay.
Yeah, he was running front. He was running, or
Gotcha.
getting behind the tree.
All right, he will scimitar attack at you, and miss. And so
Parry
now,
it with my dagger.
Now I think it's Ronan's turn.
All right, it's like, all right, things are getting a little
Oh no, I skipped a bandit. Sorry.
Oh shit, another one.
Yeah, sorry. One quick. 12?
No.
Okay, now it's your turn, sir.
All right.
Which bandit did you skip?
I think that was the one you skipped. It doesn't matter. It all played out.
Yeah, I think I'm looking. Ronan's the end of the turn, and then I started again at Bone Splitter.
Yeah.
Oh, you're right. I think I might have double attacked. You're right, Ed. Sorry, but it doesn't. It
doesn't
played
matter.
out. It played out.
Yeah. It was. I called out for this guy getting skipped, and then you realized you skipped him. I think.
Yep. Yep. Okay.
So he got two feckless attacks. Okay, gosh. So I see Bone Splitter coming, and I'm like, you know what? I feel pretty good that things are gonna work out. So I'm just gonna go ahead and just try to kill this dude.
Okay.
And just dagger. Well, just dagger once. I will do it with it. I will do this attack with my inspiration. Well, how do we roll inspiration? Do I have to declare before I use it?
I'm letting it roll as rerolls.
Okay.
That's
cool.
clear.
That works for me.
That'll hit.
16. So I'm just gonna he's coming at me with his scimitar, and I'm just gonna just kind of parry his attack and slash his arm, get a little blood.
Okay.
And then I'm gonna go ahead and burn my other key point and just flurry the blows.
Okay.
Can't bring it with you.
That's right.
So here comes the first attack, and then here's the second attack.
Oh, 22 will hit.
And 12
will hit.
Okay, thank God. So there's 4, and then this will be
that's enough.
5. So I'm just kind of slashing him, and then boop, 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 like Wing Chun style, just punch him a bunch of times in the chest.
Nice. All right.
And then I will use my movement.
And everybody
to
have
circle
fun
around.
tonight.
That's right. So I'm gonna circle around on this guy and just kind of give him we don't have to. We could stop.
No. Death first. And that will bring us to Bone Splitter.
All right. I'm gonna.
Sorry, guys. I'm gonna listen to this from the bathroom. I have to go. Too many beers.
Yeah, too many. Nature calls. I'm gonna come in on this guy right here, and I'm gonna just try to get him right in the back.
I want to be.
I rolled a 19.
That'll get him.
I'm gonna get splattered with blood.
Damage.
Like Gallagher show, aren't I? 9.
9 damage.
I believe he's got 2 hit points left if he's a standard bandit.
I think you're right.
Well, then I would like to use my Savage Attacker and reroll my damage, since it is a bit below average.
Can you do that just in any time you do an attack roll?
It's the same damn thing.
Yeah.
It says, let me read it. It says, once per turn, you may reroll damage for a melee attack. Sorry, when you roll,
I've never seen one
you
use
can
that.
reroll.
That's an amazing feat. It's one of the OG feats too. So it's 9 points, Paul, and it is the baby's
Sorry,
turn.
I've been listening. I just wasn't able to comment.
No, you're good. You're good.
I really enjoy those.
Thank you for that.
I really enjoy those comfy pants. All right. Let's see. What was the total amount of damage? Was 7?
9.
9.
Because the 7 doesn't have the rage damage on it.
Okay. He is not down. So, and what was the question? Was there a question? Or you guys just actually talking about Savage Attacker, which is a great feat. And I, by the way, think the PHB as it stands is perfectly great. Oh,
yeah.
Feats. I think some of the feats that have come out afterwards have been a little less
strong.
Yeah. All right. All right.
Except for Chef. That's a good one.
I don't know. I try to make all of the feats actually make sense. Like, I love making, well, I mean, to sidebar a little bit, like, Winston, when I played an investigator in your campaign, the way you made the game based upon a mystery, let the feats shine. The feats are fine. I know you did, and it was great. And I think the thing is like, the feats are great. The DM just needs to play to what's already there, not creating more shit. There's plenty of good shit already. All right. Although I will say, I use a lot of stuff from Xanathar. Yeah, maybe it's a little about the OGL. Maybe I'm a little pissy. All right.
Maybe your pants are very comfy.
They are. So that bandit stands, and he has said till the death. And so Bone Splitter was not able to bring him down. The bandit actually gets to go next, and will then, feeling like he may have a slightly better chance against Ronan, is going to scimitar attack at Ronan.
It hits.
Okay. Damage.
Oh, Ronan is Trent Reznor. I get it now.
5 points of slashing damage. You're up still?
And I immediately return it with an attack with my dagger.
Ooh, all right.
So what has happened, Paul? In my mind, it's like a samurai movie.
Yeah.
Where like he's like, oh, I'm going at it. And I'm like, and he slashes and I slash at the same time.
Yeah.
And he does cut me, but it's not enough to kill me.
He cuts you, but you go in, and that's enough to kill him.
Yeah.
And down he goes.
Out everywhere.
And you guys, Quiet returns to the forest about a mile south-ish, mostly west, but southwest a little bit of Crimson.
I'm grabbing the wound, and it definitely it's hurt. And like, oh, bone splitter, bone split up. What would my name be if I were in the blood pits or whatever the hell? Knuckle duster pits. What would they call me? I go to the knee.
It really just comes down to like what is really exciting the audience, and so maybe you would be like, it's really kind of dumb names as you can assume that you'd be like the Slasher or
the Bleeder.
Yeah,
I was thinking punching bag, but sure.
I'm gonna lay down now, and I just kind of lay down on the forest floor, like hold my dagger against my chest.
All right.
Slasher. Oh no!
Fine.
It's your turn.
There's 6 of them.
There were 4. I've gone through 4. I might have a problem.
Oh boy.
I might have a problem.
I'm drinking club soda. You guys are all ahead of me.
Good for you.
Put some gin in that. No, good.
I should be drinking club soda.
I'm on my second bottle of wine, but the first one only had about a glass in it, so it's really misleading.
I'm a little jealous because you all know how I feel about the wine. All right.
You rolled a 6.
Rolled a 6.
That's good, right?
Yes. it is.
It's not a 1.
So you have 45 minutes before your friends walk into this semi-clearing, and you hear them. I don't know. Are you guys trying to be stealthy?
I'm trying to take a short rest. That's what I'm trying to do.
All right.
You know, it occurred to me that maybe we should have split up the 2 people with healing powers.
Wait, who can heal?
Oh yeah, that's a
Didn't
good
I
point.
see both of you use that kind of power before?
Wait, I know Cove has it.
I don't think I used it though.
Assuming. You may not
I
have
think
any.
somebody healed one of the.
I know somebody
people.
healed. I know somebody healed.
I think the
Yeah.
cleric did.
The
We don't have a
cleric
cleric.
definitely did. No,
Well-
Philo did, yeah. But okay.
I may have healed, but I don't remember doing it. That was a month ago.
Yeah. All right. Well, in any case, it's a moot point because you guys hear them come in, and you are able, well, Winston and
Well, we were going to be an hour behind, and that whole combat took 18 seconds.
so you have the benefits of a full short rest.
Excellent.
A full short rest.
Can we search pockets for any directions or instructions that they have?
Yes, go ahead and search. Make me one investigation check. I'm not going to mess around with like 5 investigation checks.
Yeah, I'm gonna just kind of like bandage myself up and just kind of like I've been through this before.
You don't find any of you recover feeling. I mean, I guess at second level 9, nothing to sneeze at.
Puts him at full, right?
Yeah, I'm full health now. Which hit points are an abstraction, so I've still been slashed up. I'm just kind of like functional again.
But Bone Splitter, you find nothing. And again, I said that I used the tokens from the earlier thing because I didn't make new ones. These ones are not dressed as tiller folk. You recognize this sort of added armor, and like it's mostly just hides layered on hides. There are markings on arms brands that you recognize of people who were once gladiators, who were freed but then chose to join the Quailani. This is a young group. This is a very young group of Quailani. And and I'm going to lore dump a little bit here, just for anybody who's watching and cares, that when the Quailani try to go into other places, that they will often send these sort of advance parties out. And so these advance parties are called Kajana crews. And the Kajana are usually between 20 and 25 Quailani. What you guys have been running into, I think Bone Splitter would know, are kind of pansies. The heavy hitters have not been encountered yet. But these are the people they send out sort of to feel out how tough the resistance would be. So if they survive, then they get to join the larger crews. They get more prestige.
Since I'm aware,
Go ahead.
Oh, since I'm aware of this, and since they are essentially, I know that they're feeling us out, I want to give a strong response and give up a javelin to put one of these heads on a pike.
Okay. All right. Where do you want to put it?
Maybe not right on the road, but if you looked over and saw these dead bodies, maybe the guy that I opened up, I would like to put somebody else's head,
Right
there. Mm-hmm.
That work? Okay.
Yep.
I'm just gonna I'm gonna move this body over here with its nice skull thing, and I'm gonna erase all those other skull bodies.
Nice.
So that's the pike. Now, and about 50 minutes later, Ben and Ulfer and Cove are walking down and maybe see a fresh head on a javelin.
I'll draw my dagger. And be on the lookout. There was violence here.
Okay.
We will either find our friends or the bodies.
Make a
Are you
perception.
talking out loud?
Yeah, I'm talking to Cove and Ulfir.
I
Okay.
throw a dart. No, just kidding. I'll be like, hey, in the woods, come on.
Yeah,
By
we'll
the
do it to
head.
the sign.
All right.
Throw a
You are
rock.
all able to gather in between. I'm assuming that this goes well. Unless you guys tell me otherwise. I shouldn't tell you. I don't want to move anything along. If you guys want to fucking do anything weird. But otherwise, not weird. Anything differently as a dart goes flying out. But you are able to gather together. So, the five of you are reunited. You're about 5 miles west of Crimson.
Not west. We were taking the southeast road out of
That's
town
right. You
before
are taking
joining
this up.
together.
Yep. So you're going to have to go through the woods, to get to that lake, that inland lake.
That was the plan.
Yep. Okay. So you guys gather together. It sounds. I have this drawn as like a temperate climate forest, but really you're just north of the equator, so this is more jungly than like deciduous evergreen forest. Just
Are
as a
any of you
flavor thing.
trackers?
Sometimes like to think I am, but maybe
Well,
Wolfie
may-
over here.
if maybe we could find out from what direction these guys came.
Well, I'm not a tracker, but I'm comfortable with observing people doing things. I'm proficiency. I have proficiency in survival, but probably not from like a woodsy angle. But I could definitely look at where they came from, look for some footprints. You know what I mean? Like try to make some sense out of the path they might take. Like, take a look.
Well, we should look and see if
And
they
with
came
me.
from the west.
Yeah. Ulfer, why don't you use your nose and I'll use my eyes?
I just made a terrible mistake.
Why?
I just
do?
drank a beer from like Wednesday.
No!
Oh,
Oh,
God.
no!
Oh no. But I will
It's
say,
sad that we all react to that like that because we've all done it.
Oh, for sure. But to me, actually, worse than that is a coffee from 2 days prior. Like, I've
Ugh.
done that way too many times. You expect something
I'm
hot.
just concerned with how it was that you left a partial beer from 2 days ago.
I
Like,
do it all
why
the
is there a
time.
partial beer?
It's because I hang out with people in LA, so I stay up till like 3 a.m. and I get to a point where I'm just like, me finishing this beer is not really accomplishing anything other than making my hangover worse.
Yeah.
And so I'll leave like a little bit of a beer and then I'll just pour it out the next day. But
I will
I just
say
finished it.
my beer hygiene habits or any alcohol hygiene habits took a dip playing online with people from multiple time zones.
Yeah.
Anyway, all right. So
Yeah,
I
I'm
just
just
don't
gonna check for
understand
some
the idea of
tracks.
a partially consumed beer. That's all.
no, it happens. For sure.
Wasteful,
Make a
right?
Constitution saving throw.
It is.
Well, I didn't waste it this time
No.
until it comes up later, right? I'm just
Still
kidding. It's
wasted.
not coming up.
Still wasted. All right.
It's a different kind of waste.
Paul, if I'm going to smell, that's survival, right? If I'm going to try to track people by
Yeah.
smell.
Are you still a wolf? Because we're right at the cusp of you changing. No, you already switched back.
I changed back to the human form.
But you have a. I'm sorry. Does your character have a scent thing? Because of the shifter? Because of your shifter?
No, I don't think so.
Sorry to out your character as a shifter.
No, that's all right. I think it's probably fairly obvious to most people now.
Okay.
I thought you were a druid.
Well, yeah,
That too.
that too. No, I don't have anything special for smellability.
Okay, so unless you have proficiency in, perception, then it would just be a perception check. Well, I mean, it's either way, it's a perception check.
Or survival.
Yeah, your choice. Yep, fair point.
Yeah, I was gunning for survival, like kind of like a tracking kind of thing.
I'm fine with the survival check.
All right.
Ooh, nat 20.
Very nice.
Oh, I thought it was another nat 20.
And a 15. Yeah,
That's still super strong.
Yeah. Between the two of you, I mean, and in particular, Ronan using typically sort of urban skills.
Yeah, I'm looking for more like, it's almost like I'm trying to like strategically think through based on what we saw, like where they might be coming from, and like using that to like pinpoint some foot tracks, that kind of thing.
The unfortunate thing is you guys are on a path that is almost exclusively used for hunting.
Mm-hmm.
And you know that the path that was traveled most likely was heading directly. So what you see here are a number of relatively fresh tracks, interspersed with deer tracks and other game. And so at this time of the year, none of this is shocking.
Right.
All of this makes sense for where you're at. To learn more about whether this path is used more, I think you know what it's used for. You feel very confident this is a hunting game trail.
Right.
Well, but I would argue, as a former hunter, that you wouldn't see six sets of human tracks all coming through together in a hunting area.
You wouldn't. And so, I mean, any tracks that you see all make sense to you. That with that 24 and that 15, everything you see makes sense. You saw the Quailani and where they went.
Right.
And where they hid out. You saw where you all moved off to the east to make your camp. You're not seeing anything that this is a regularly traveled path other than deer use it and hunters use it. And deer use it when they're dumb.
Cool. I'll just say, yeah, I mean, I'll just share that out.
By the way,
And
the only reason
like,
I know that part is from appraisal. I learned that in appraising is, like, how stupid is this? People build deer paths for hunting. And that if a property already has a deer path built into it, that increases the value. I didn't know that.
Interesting. Well, now you do. Now we do. And now Galaxian knows as well.
Yes, thanks.
Yeah, so I kind of figure like my thoughts are over, even though.
I'm sorry, I just saw Chris asked how goes it, viewers, and I'm like, Galaxian and bots, how's it going?
Galaxian's not here anymore.
He's not?
Oh,
okay.
Damn. Now he won't. I'll message him later about the deer thing.
Yeah.
Ike might be here.
Okay. Yeah. So I'm just gonna say I think Ulfer, you drive on the like, even though I'm helping you and I rolled the crit, it's more like we're working and I'm like pointing things out and you're like explaining it to me. You know, I'm like, hey, look, is that like a footprint, or is that that looks like a little like animal print? And you're just like, it's the deer or whatever. So I think you probably own this tracking knowledge.
I think what you guys
for the animals especially.
Mm-hmm. I'm more like, that's a boot print. That looks like a boot print of someone I would expect to have. And I'm like thinking through like the kinds of shoes people wear, you know, that kind of thing.
And what you discover is that with a 24 you should gain something. And so what you gain is that these Quailani have been here for about 2 days.
Got it. So
But-
one thing to think about, I mean, it could just be the cosmic coincidence of the universe, but we picked this out as our rendezvous point, and yet we stumbled right into the Quilani trap. Do you think that's just a coincidence? I'm putting this to hold the party.
Yeah.
Well, we only
You
chose
think
it
they
as a
were waiting
rendezvous
here?
point. We only chose it as a rendezvous point an hour and a half ago, and you're saying the tracks show they've been here for 2 days.
Sure, I guess. Just who
You know.
suggested this rendezvous point?
Well, I suggested this road.
Did you suggest this point on the map? I'm just like playing through like how do we decide this spot?
I said a mile or two out. I think you picked where to stop.
They could have all roads into this town surrounded.
You think so?
Absolutely.
That also makes sense. And I'm looking at Ben incredibly suspiciously.
Yeah, that's fair. I don't know anything about this Quailani, but yeah.
Yeah. Just
And
saying.
Insight check.
a normal scumbag I'm used to.
Who's insight checking?
No one's inside.
No, I'm only kidding.
Okay.
I am vaguely accusing Ben of having set us up, but not actually.
Okay.
Hey, I didn't tell you to go first.
That's true.
You were all itching to get out on the road.
You guys are at about a point where it makes sense to cut through the woods west to pick up the road that you need.
And we should cut over here because that's where my Quailani friends are going to be.
Say what?
Say what?
I don't know these woods. It looked on the map like the road is that way.
All right, let's go. I mean,
give me a 12. Who wants to give me a 12?
I think Ed should roll it.
All right.
Roll the 12, Ed. Let's see what you got.
I got my daughter from work real quick. She lives
Okay.
close.
All right. We'll see on the flip,
Jesus.
Chris. It's clear. So you cross through the woods. It's a rough go. It takes you 2 to 3.
Oh shit! They told me they would be here.
It's 2 to 3 times longer, but you reach another path. Now this path has horse hooves in it. I'm not even going to make a check. It's clear to anybody who looks into the path that this has been used by somebody with a horse.
Mm.
Going into town or out of town?
Out of town.
And just one horse?
Well, actually, Ed, or sorry, Tony. Wow, I'm not that drunk.
Are you sure?
Both directions. I will need a survival check to determine what's the most recent.
Well, which path has more shit on it? I don't know a lot about horses, but I can tell you that they shit all the time.
Most recently into town.
And how old are the tracks?
About a week and a half.
Oh, so pretty old.
Fairly old, yeah.
Well, that's reassuring.
Yeah, what you know of Cove for sure knows this. Possibly Ben. I would think Ben, keeping his ear to the ground and being in town for a little while, would know that not a lot of people go too far west. It gets wild. There are dangerous animals that live in the west reaches, the West Sprawl. And
Looking at you, Wolf.
And there are just a lot of reasons to not go too far. But there are people who are competent and strong enough that seek that communion with nature such that Philo and Delia have created little places that they have traveled west. But this is not a major road. This is not going on the way to anywhere civilized. You are heading into uncivilized territory.
Can we extrapolate from your map where exactly we are at this point?
Yes, for sure. Thank you. Although, Ed, I'm going to have to do the dumbass, like, you're in between a V and a C.
Well, I can't read this map of the woods to begin with.
You are currently. Oh God, I don't have a good way to tell you where you are. All right. Do you see the hex Crimson Witch is in?
I have to open that map.
On the West Sprawl.
The west sprawl of
Map.
the Crimson Tor
Yeah.
Forest.
Yeah, I see that.
Okay, so there's a hex that has Crimson Witch in it. You guys went directly south along the hex line going down, and now you've cut west since there, so you're about in the middle of the hex southwest of that. Does that make sense?
Sure.
Are we to the path?
You are to the path. You are
We're
actually
right at, like, the dotted line.
You're not on the dotted line. You're in the woods looking at it.
Got it. Okay. Yeah, that makes perfect sense.
Does everybody got me? Percy, you got me?
Yep.
Yeah.
Perfect.
Okay.
That,
Tony, you got
I think that accomplished what we were trying to do.
I think maybe we stick to the trees, avoid the path.
I mean, I trust you who are better at the wilderness, but if these tracks are a week old, I don't think we have too much to worry about.
It's a little slower going in the woods, but I do like the comfort of cover.
Ulfir, what do you think?
I'll follow
You are. I'd like if you weighed in, because you are our woodsman.
Well, on my way in, I never followed the path. I always followed the trees.
Do you find that safer?
Like, I'm not saying
that
to
I
go
can.
deep into the trees, just like along the path line, but not on the path.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Less chance of people tracking us.
Sounds good to me.
Agreed.
All right.
Are
Do
we able
any
to?
of you have any kind of magic with like long range communication? I need to tell the Kwele where we are.
Say what?
All right.
Should I keep kicking this horse? Is it fun?
You. I
Oh,
think it's
you're
got
not
a
being
pulse
serious.
still.
Good. If it's still got legs, I'll do it a couple more times.
Yeah, you haven't beat it to death just yet. I think I saw its chest rising.
All right.
And you'll know when you beat it to death when we beat you to death.
Oh, good luck,
There
my
you go.
friend.
That's right.
Ooh.
Ooh, 4-on-1? Oh.
Oh, it won't be 4-on-1.
Oh, can you summon things?
You'll find out, won't you?
As you guys are having this conversation, just a little ambiance. It's shadowed where you are. It's dark. There are not. I used pine trees in here just because they're easy to use in map drawing in Wonderdraft. But you are in just. I mean, this is predominantly deciduous. This is just north equatorial. You are in like a place that doesn't really get colder than 50 degrees ever. You're where Winston lives. Is that accurate, by the way?
Does it go colder
But
than
I'm gonna
50?
get some beignets.
Yeah, beignets are
Colder
nice
than
here.
50 at my house right now.
It gets colder than 50 occasionally, but it's pretty uncommon.
I don't think of it as Florida. I think of it as like I'm thinking of this area as probably North Mississippi, North Alabama.
Yeah, it is currently 42.
Oh my God! It's currently
I know. I need to get out there
42
with
in
my pipe.
Wisconsin.
It's
Wow.
it's 45 here.
Holy
The
shit!
whole world. It's 42.
Yeah.
Percy,
across
what
the
is it?
planet.
Negative 900 where you live?
No, it's not
Well,
that.
it's 31 here right now.
It's negative 42.
Holy
Celsius.
shit! It's colder in Iowa than it is where I am.
I woke up to 37 this morning and had to go outside.
That sounds amazing.
It's 17 here.
A little colder. Shut up.
That's balmy fucking weather, isn't it? Like that's bathing.
Is there
weather.
snow out? Is there snow out, Percy?
Yeah, well, yeah, there's lots of snow, but it's warm for Alberta.
Yeah, I was gonna say we got nothing. We normally are in like a foot and a half of snow right now, and we're green grass right now. It's kind of creepy, honestly. I honestly don't care for it.
But global warming is not a thing.
It's not. No.
No.
Yeah. But
It's too cold to believe in global warming.
Yeah.
I heard that argument once, and I just about threw up.
Yeah.
Not realizing people could be that stupid.
There are a lot of stupid people. But in our made-up world of Navyshla, there's also global warming. No. It is roughly. And by the way, I'm just going to take this moment to politicize again and say the United States should be on the metric system. I'm tired of using Fahrenheit and God, it just.
No, honestly, it's good that you guys are different.
No, it's not. It's dumb. Like Fahrenheit makes no sense compared to Celsius. But anyway.
So I will actually. I normally agree on metric conversions, but I feel like I like Fahrenheit better than Celsius.
Why?
It just feels more normal to me. Like it feels like if I say like
the freezing point is 32 degrees Fahrenheit. It's 0, which makes sense.
So how I had it described recently was Celsius is temperature as perceived by water. Fahrenheit is temperature as perceived by people.
Yeah, that's kind of and I think that's my vibe. It's like, yeah, I don't care about the freezing point. I care about, man, it's fucking hot. It's 110. I don't want to be like, it's fucking hot. It's 39. And it's not that hot. It's only 31. It's like my brain just can't accept it. I need more range, you know?
I agree.
Anyways, that's my political. That's my hot topic.
Yep,
wow,
I agree.
I've never heard that before.
It's like it's 2. That's cold.
I do want hot to be in the hundreds. I don't want it to be in 40.
And I want 2 to be like, damn, that's cold. You know, there's like you have to get into negatives to be cold with Celsius. You know, sorry, Percy.
That's fair. Okay.
I've thought about this for some reason. I don't know why I thought about this.
This is when we decide to play from 4 until when we're done. This is the kind of shit that's going to happen. Also, Chris has to pick up his daughter, so I'm sort of stalling a little bit so he can come back.
So with it being as shadowy as it is, to punctuate my statement to that it would be interesting if they all turned on me, I will pull all of the shadows into me and whirl them around me and armor myself.
Okay.
And just like make it visible that
wait, you're being ostentatious with this. Or not ostentatious, but at least
I'm doing it in front of them. I'm pulling the shadows in and casting mage armor with the shadows.
Okay. So as you're walking, the shadows are pulled off the trees. And I want to be clear about this. These shadows,
I don't. When I pull them off, like they're still there too.
I know.
I'm extending them, so
it
wouldn't make anything visible in the tree that wasn't visible already. Is what I'm. Just in case.
I want to describe this as sort of a elasticity, like the shadows, like things. The shadows pull off of the ground. They pull away from the tree branches. Mushrooms give up their shadows for a split second as they pull and congregate and wrap around Ben. And then he looks just slightly, just for a split second, as if there's a second skin around him. And then it fades into who he is, and the shadows deepen again around the surrounding. But you all notice the shadows.
No, just smile.
What the hell was that?
I told you I would not be alone, my friend.
You gotta teach me that trick with the shadows, by the way. That's pretty clever.
Oh man, this shit gives me so many ideas. Anyway. All right. So.
Are you okay?
Me?
Yeah.
Oh yes, my friend. I am in my element.
By the way, Ed, you can message me if I'm wrong on this. Insider perception, Cove, as you ask if he's okay.
Should I re-rolling anything?
If you want to hide it, I'm going to say your eyes get slightly darker.
Well, they're always a little dark.
Yeah, he doesn't notice. Because your eyes are always a little dark. But
And we're already in a lot of shadow.
I like that because you described yourself as having these very hooded eyes with these dark, dark, dark pupils, and I like the idea of when you pull the shadows in, it just gets ever so slightly. Your pupils go just ever so slightly wider. Yeah, you don't notice it, but he didn't hide any of this from any of you, so you saw him pull the darkness away, just ever so brightly.
Now, did we see him do it, or just the darkness came towards him? And
no, there's.
I reached out and pulled the shadow.
No subtlety.
Like physically pulled the shadow to me.
And Ed, I know you said that it didn't go away, but I'm going to say for a hot second, everything got a little brighter, and then the darkness went to you, and then it immediately returned to normal. Because you borrowed that minute's darkness, that second's darkness. You took it, that split second's darkness. Everything that area's shadow went to you, and the next second, it's back. But that second's shadow stayed with you. Does that make sense?
Sure.
All right. So for a hot second, not only did you guys see him borrow the shadows, now you can do this more subtly, and I'm just saying you told me you chose not to do this.
I made a point. This was for a show.
Yeah, and so there's no way any of you missed this. As you walk down the road, and you're on a road of sorts. I mean, you're following the Tamthorn Creek along the wooded path. There are tracks. I'm not going to make a survival check necessary, unless you want to identify them. But what you guys see are numerous animal tracks. Some large, some small, some easily identified. This is a rabbit. This is a deer. Some mysterious and larger and heavier. And you remember what Philo said, which was some people choose not to go this far west because it has its hazards. So what you know is surrounding Crimson Witch from surprisingly, by the way, I will point out that you ran into Quailani on the south side of Crimson Witch. And then moving further southwest.
How long do we think it's going to take us to get to one of the cabins?
You think you'll get to Philo's cabin easily by evening. In fact, you'll probably be evening.
So that's what we're shooting for then.
Yeah.
Spend the night at his cabin and then move on to the other one.
I think that makes sense.
Okay. I'm going to throw you guys on a map. I have to open the map. I thought I already had it open. Are you guys coming to this map? Okay, but you probably can't see anything because I haven't put tokens.
Yeah, no vision yet, but
okay. Ben, can you see?
Yep.
Okay. Place yourselves where you would like. I hope you have control over your tokens. Okay. Looks like you do. What you see is, and I can't tell what you guys actually see because I can't tell how precise I was with my walls, but there's a door right here that has it's not, I'm sorry, that's not a door. It's a like shuttered window that you could probably pull open. Up over here behind these bushes, you see that there's a covered front porch, and then a lake and a dock to the south. There is a chimney here on the to the northwest, and this is actually correctly oriented. By the way, I finally did it right. And you have the sense that the door is probably somewhere here to the south, facing the lake. But what you see is a log cabin. Well,
Do you?
not really a
do
log cabin,
trackers want
more like
to-
a woodshed cabin.
Do you two, with your tracking knowledge, want to take a look and make sure no one else is here?
What'd you say, Ed?
I was asking if either of you, with your ability to track and see
Right.
what's been around, wants to see if anyone else is here or has been here recently.
Yeah, I mean, I can take a look. One thing is, I'm good at knowing when people have like been in a building or tried to sneak into places, or if there's an ambush. I'm usually pretty good about catching that kind of stuff. So, what do I look for that? Ulford, do you want to look at for like any tracks or any signs of horses and that kind of thing?
I will. Ulfur is going to go around the back of the building.
Okay.
Okay.
As you guys start looking around, and I'm gonna just assume you're kind of paying attention to what Ben was asking as far as what your investigation or perception checks are. But the sun is low in the west, and you're in a treed forest area, so it is already dim. So there will be disadvantage on checks unless you choose to do anything to alleviate that. And you would know that at walking in. The light has gotten somewhat, orangey purpley through the area.
Hey Ben, can
This
you
is my
cast some light on me? Give me some light.
I have a torch if you want it.
Oh, okay.
I don't really work with light so much.
I love
Okay.
I love the 20 questions.
And I'm sorry, actually, I lied. I don't have any torches.
Oh, damn it! Another deception, I guess. All right, yeah, I'm not gonna get. Go ahead, Tony. I was just trying to get some intel.
I think I
Just gonna
dropped them
ask
because I
if,
don't need them.
I was just going to ask if my dark vision overcame the dim light.
It does not. Dark vision actually acts as if you're in dim light.
Well, if you're in dim light, dark vision means you see it normally. If you're in darkness, you
Right.
see as though it's dim light.
Okay.
So if it's dim light, then you don't have disadvantage with if you have dark vision.
Okay. Then you do not have disadvantage. I'm sorry. I misinterpreted that. I thought it was dim
Because
light.
if you don't have dark vision in darkness, you're blind.
Right, that's true. Okay.
So it moves everything like one step.
All right. Ronan, you were specifically looking for signs of movement.
Human
right?
presence, ambush, like the door ajar, like a trap wire. I'm not looking for traps. I'm just kind of looking for like,
Okay.
have there been people here recently
The-
in the building?
The first thing that becomes okay, Ulford, you don't notice anything going around the back side of the building. You notice a couple deer tracks. You notice some rabbit tracks. There's nothing actually surprising to what you see in the back.
Okay.
Ronan, you're caught by this very clear fire pit right here. And what the fire pit tells you is the last time anybody has been here, or at least the last time anybody's used this fire pit, was 2 months ago. The wood that is laid out in it is sodden. Nobody has tried to even cover up any fire pit wood. It's not in great shape. And you notice over to here, I'm going to move you over to here, that perhaps it's even been longer since Philo's been here. Philo's been gone a while, but some of the floorboards have not been replaced, and either he hasn't been here in a while or he doesn't give a shit about the quality construction of the front porch.
Okay. I'll share that out with everyone.
The stairs are over here, by the way. This is actually a railed front porch.
Yeah, I'll kind of call that out to everybody. Be like, hey, looks pretty abandoned. Could be some Koilani in there or something. I don't know, but I think it's probably safe for us to go in.
Well, this looks like a good place to make camp for the night, huh?
Yeah. Campfire stories by a cabin by the lake.
Well, perhaps not a campfire. We don't want to advertise that we're here.
Yeah.
It would be pretty
Cove-
visible across that water.
Cove is going to make his way to the water, to the pier, and
Okay.
he's going to take off all his clothes as he gets to it and jump into the water.
How fit are you? Are you like
Tone, but not
like
strong.
how you take off all your clothes? Is this like are you like an Adonis, or are you just like a guy? Like, what's your status?
He's a good-looking man. He's
Okay.
not like super ripped or anything, but
Because you're like almost like a god being, kind of, right?
kinda.
Mm-hmm.
And he'll just dive into the water, and he won't come up for a really long time.
All right. I'm going to ask you to make a charisma saving throw. Cove, person.
Okay.
And everybody else is going into the house. Am I right?
Mhm. Yep.
Okay.
Just looking around outside right now.
Okay.
Sort of watching this naked man jump in the water.
23.
As you dive into the water, there's this sense of another presence. Not from Navyshla, from farther away. You know this presence. It wants to make contact. It wants to know what you're doing. It wants to know what you see, and you say, no, not today. And you push it aside.
It's been a long time since Cove has been in the water, so he's just like ignoring everything.
You know what that is, and you push it aside. Okay. So, Ben, you're walking around Bone Splitter. I'm going to ask actually specifically what Ben and then Bone Splitter are doing. Ben said he was
I'm
walking
gonna
around.
walk over and have a seat on one of the rocks by the fire pit.
I picture this as, and not everybody has the good fortune, Tony, to live in Wisconsin in the summer. But there is nothing like sitting on a rock or a log and looking over a lake as the sun sets. And there is this gorgeous light falling down over the water. And for Ben in particular, he's just this mysterious shadows in the waves, the rocks. What's under the water? What's in that water? What's Cove see? And the light is just the light upon the water is this orange and green and blue light just rippling back, and it's peaceful and mysterious and intriguing, but it's gorgeous. And that air is that temperature where you don't notice if it's too hot or too cold. It's just perfect. And a peaceful moment of intrigue. And if Ben would like to make a perception check, he could.
No, 19.
Yes. And the average age of a soldier in Vietnam was 19. But also, when Ben rolls a 19, he senses. People, if you don't know 19, anyway, uh, no, 19. But what Ben senses is a kin, not for him. Somebody's trying to reach somebody in that water. And they're not able to reach it. Somebody's calling out, and they're being told no. That's what you sense in the water.
Filed it away.
Bone Splitter, what are you doing?
I'm gonna go inside this building and check it out.
This building is a piece of shit. But almost as if it was designed to be a piece of shit. I'm only going to use what I have around me, and I'm going to make what I have. And so there's this ramshackle bed, not a bit boy, ramshackle bed in the.
I was waiting for it.
I know you were. In the northwest corner, there is like the shitty ass like plate service, like grimy, shitty ceramics. But this is where somebody goes to get away, and they don't want to care what anybody thinks about where they are. To your left, though, what is interesting to you is you see all kinds of garden implements and a great axe. It just seems out of place. There's a garden hoe, a like almost like a post hole digger, like um, shovels, uh, trowels, garden gloves, and then a battle axe, a two-handed battle axe. It's blunt and dirtied.
Pick it up anyways, just to feel the heft of it.
Feels like it was really well made.
But now it's like lost to rust.
No, it probably could be shined up pretty well.
Ulfr's still walking around outside and behind the bivouac back here.
Okay.
Is that a fire pit that has been used recently?
No, that's actually a stump.
Oh, okay. It looks like a fire pit. Sorry.
But what you see around it are very large tracks. Make me a survival check.
All right.
You've run into up in the north and are somewhat surprised to see these monstrous creatures that are bear-like, but yet tend to like roost around in forests as if they were creating a nest.
And I see these are the tracks that I'm seeing.
Yes, this is not something you expected to see this far south, but you're familiar with them from up north. When you've seen them, they are white and enormous, like polar bears with giant beaks. What you're seeing here is like scratched off bark, and these clawed footprints that seem similar to what you've seen in the north.
Okay. And so I'm just going to kind of quietly then, probably even stealthily, finish walking around the outside of this building.
You don't see anything further on the outside of the building, and conclude that perhaps there have been, as Philo said, there are dangerous beasts that walk around this area.
And I'll share with the others that I've seen the bear, the prints, basically, and what I think they are.
Good.
These creatures have a name, Ulfer? They're like bears mixed with some kind of like owl. Did you say?
Well, the way that I would describe them, I would tell them basically how Paul said it, that I've seen prints like these, and these creatures are fairly large and tend to nest. I'd be surprised if they were the same kind, but they certainly appeared to be similar.
How about we call them bear owls? Browls.
I think-
Browls.
Growls, I think that's a good name.
Me too.
Browly
Hey.
motherfuckers.
Hey, Bone Splitter, you know what's better than a barbarian with a great axe?
What's that?
A barbarian with 2 great axes.
I think this is more of a battle axe, I hear.
Fuck, you messed up my joke. Is it actually battle axe? Couldn't remember if it's battle axe or great axe. Damn. Well, I still think that's a true statement. It's just not now relevant.
I will further report to the party that I do not like the common crocus as much as comfy pants. All right. All right. So, as you're all gathered in now, or as Cove's remaining in the water?
Cove would probably be out for like an hour, and then he'd come back in.
All right. As moon rises, Cove returns. At a certain point in the evening, there's scratching along, like almost like the. I don't know if you. I don't own a cat, but I've heard a cat scratching at scratching posts. There's a similar noise along trees somewhere in the early evening hours as branches are shredded around you.
Does it sound like a cat or a big cat?
Big cat.
Who wants to go
It's a
inside?
good time to go inside.
Yeah. It's nice and cozy in here. There's a fireplace, some gardening implements, bottle of wine.
If they all go inside, then Cove would probably go back to the water.
What?
Good luck, Cove. Bye-bye.
Cove, make a perception check.
I'm getting in this chair.
Get back inside.
For over 10? Okay. Cove, as you go back out to the water, you look up and it's a cloudless night. The moon has taken on a reddish cast. You've seen it perhaps before, but it's only on the eastern edge of the moon. And it's not following the line of the moon so much as creating a portion of the moon is getting shadowed in red. At that time, the water, as you get close to the dock, begins to agitate. Do you still jump in?
I'll look to see if I can see what's doing it.
Over your time in Crimson Witch, you have heard about Zoc beasts, large, like freshwater sharks. You haven't seen any, but what you see now are things about the size of bass that are approaching the dock, and they don't appear to be paying any attention to you. They're looking up at the light of the moon, but in their mouths are sharp, carnivorous teeth.
Werebass.
Man, I always wanted there to be werebass.
That's what Philo is. He's actually a werebass.
I'll put my feet in the water, see if they're aggressive, or if they pay any attention to me at all.
Percy, that was the correct answer. Good job.
I was actually just sitting here thinking that's exactly the opposite of what I would have done.
Does the 15 hit?
Yes.
Okay. You take 3 points of piercing damage as one of them bites into your booted foot. I'm assuming you're still wearing boots. So, oh no, you stripped naked. You were like.
Well, no, I'd
naked.
get dressed when I came out of the water.
Okay. So yeah, they tear through the leather of your boot and your foot, and you know, maybe or maybe not scream in pain, but definitely feel this round, like sucker, like foot that's clamped down, and on the top of your toes, feel these nails driving into your toes, sliding across the bone as they clamp onto your foot, and then release and let go of you as you pull it away, swimming back into the water as more of these sort of lamprey mouth bass are moving towards the dock.
Oh, that's different. I'll never swim in freshwater again.
Hold on, maybe they're good eats.
Maybe. Want to see how tough they are. I will throw an acid ball at one of them.
Okay. Ooh, okay.
15 dexterity.
One made it. One totally failed it. All right. So the 3 in the area, because I'm thinking that's like roughly a 5-foot splotch, right? Or does it say like one creature?
1 or 2 creatures.
One or two, yeah.
Okay, well then I'll use the first 2. So the first one dodged away, the second one did not. And so it took 4 points of acid damage and swims away. It is still alive, but is clearly in a panic to get away from you.
And what about the rest of them? Do they scatter as well?
Yes.
Or?
Well, over time, because you've just poured acid into the water. So, like, over the course of maybe a second or 2, yes, they all sort of like, whoa, fuck that. So they move away from the acid. Yeah.
I guess I'm not staying in the water tonight. These things seem kind of dangerous and pretty tough. So I will head back to the cabin.
Okay. Who is taking the first watch in the cabin?
I'll do it.
Okay, go ahead and roll me a d20, please, for perception check. All right, just give me a perception check. Sorry.
Yeah, perception check. Yep. All right. And I'll kind of do. I'll be sitting out here, like on the porch, like in that nice little chair.
Yeah.
I'm like whittling stuff.
How many hours is a watch for you guys? Just you tell me.
There's 5 of us, right? So we got to cover 8 hours. I mean, is it okay to do like an hour and a half?
Sure. Whatever you guys want. You all feeling like an hour and a half is fair?
Sure.
Okay. An hour goes by and nothing. I mean, other than, I'm assuming Cove told you that the waters are a little creepy. And every so often you see, like, something, like, break the water and almost, like, not almost, but do that dolphin dive over. And it matches the description of what Cove told you these fish seem like. But in the last 20 minutes of your watch, you see a humanoid break through the tree line just east of you. Not on this map. About maybe 20 feet beyond this map. So total of like 50.
Man, can I tell what kind of humanoid?
65. Definitely humanoid. Give me a perception check if you want to identify anything further. I need over a 16.
Here we go. Oh, come on. Plus. Can I use I'm using my inspiration.
You go ahead and use it. All right.
No, I failed. Close.
No, 15. You know it's a medium creature. It's either a human, an elf, or a half-elf. Body's type is wrong for an orc, or any of the other, or a dwarf, or any of the other medium-sized creatures that you know. Hold on, I need to change the rolls here quick.
Was able to pick up any kind of disposition? They look like they're scared or they're in attack mode.
No, looks like they're actually looking up at the sky. You can tell from the body position they're looking at the sky.
Got it.
Also looks elderly.
Okay. Is it Philo?
You can't tell with that number, sorry.
Damn. All right. I'm actually going to immediately slip into the cabin once I realize this.
Okay.
And start kicking people.
All right.
Like, hey, there's a naked old man. Or actually, I don't know if he's naked, but maybe that'd be interesting. And I'm just like kicking you and like, wake up.
Okay, well, I suppose we'll be vigilant for a time.
Yeah. He's running this direction, looking at the moon. He gets a werebass.
Probably.
You want me to throw a dart at him?
Let's wait, huh?
Maybe we talk first.
Good
or maybe
plan.
we don't do anything.
Also a
If
good plan.
It doesn't bother us. We don't need to bother it.
Are there windows in this cabin we can look out to see
There
if we can
are.
see the guy?
Thank you. And I did this as you can throw open this shutter and this shutter.
Oh, that's clever. So you can see through it? Yeah. Ulfer, what are you doing out there? Oh, he ran away. That looked really funny from my perspective. He just was there and then disappeared.
This actually is a window. This is the actual real door.
Nice.
Sorry.
So I would like to look to see if I can see this.
The windows aren't a ton of help. I will give you a perception check. The DC will be 12, but it will be a disadvantage because you're trying to crane your head around a window. None of them point in the right direction. Oh, but you do it. No.
Nope.
Oh, that sucks. He just maybe even catch a little bit of the shadow, so you're able to confirm around this area. But that's it. Nothing else. You learn nothing more about the form.
Can I get through this window? Is it passable
Yeah.
with the shadow open?
It's not in the VTT, but it is actually. If you tell me you want to climb through the window, I'll put you through.
Yeah, I'm gonna try to slip through the window,
Okay.
like as stealthily as possible.
Okay.
As possible.
Give me a stealth check.
I'm like, I'll do a disadvantage.
right.
I'm trying to slip through
I
this
don't
door.
know that you need disadvantage. But okay.
My first one was the first one was the lowest. So
okay.
9.
1 second. He doesn't notice you. Okay.
I just fall on this tree. Bite my tongue.
This person is still, as you look up, you're like you slip. Ow! Ow! And you look up, and this guy doesn't seem to have noticed you.
I'm hiding behind this wood. I'm just like, all right. Can I get a better look at him now, or is he standing still, or is he still moving?
He's moving towards the lake, so he's actually silhouetted in the moonlight. He's backlit.
Oh, okay. Dang. I'll like poke my head up in the window, be like, should I go follow him?
Do you think it will be fruitful in some way?
I just want to see if he turns into a fish.
I'll come with
I'm
you.
going to follow him.
I'm gonna follow him and come with me, Cove.
Yeah, can I crawl out the window too?
Yeah, you don't need to do disadvantage. You know what you're doing climbing over the window. You didn't need to do disadvantage.
There is a door.
Yeah, there also is a door. But
It's really not that far away.
13 is enough with his 1. He seems to be enraptured. Whoever, and I'm saying he. You actually haven't. They seem enraptured with the moon. So you guys are about 30 feet away. This person is cloaked, light cloak. It is probably 30 degrees Celsius right now.
I don't know what that means.
That's really hot. No,
I think it is hot.
I think
Times 9
like,
fifth to plus minus 32.
Yeah, I was gonna say it's not like 79, 80 degrees Fahrenheit. But I think to put it in Fahrenheit for Fahrenheit players, it's like 68 degrees right now, middle of the night, and humid. So this guy's wearing a cloak, or this person, they are wearing a cloak and looking up, and they're at the lakefront. They seem oblivious to you.
I'm just gonna keep trying to get closer and trying to be sneaky and
They
run between
don't.
trees
As
and
you
things.
get closer, they don't seem to notice. They are enraptured. You guys can
Okay.
get within 10 feet before I will ask you to make another stealth check.
I'm gonna go within 10 feet. What am I looking at? What is this person?
You are looking at what you think from behind is a half elf male. You're not sure.
Okay.
Gray green cloak, very lightweight. Scribbling in a notebook. There's a high-pitched sing-songy voice. Do either Cove or Ronan speak Elvish?
I do.
Okay.
Cope does too.
Okay.
Nice.
You both understand that Elvish, this person, is tracking the eclipse.
Oh yeah, the omen. All right, I'm just gonna stand up and be like, "Hey, buddy." I'll say it in Elvish.
This
Hey, buddy.
person screams like a lost child in Walmart.
Oh, I messed. No. We're not gonna. We
I don't have any money. I don't have any money. I have nothing. I have no money.
We
throw
are
your
friends.
wallet down. No.
I'm just interested
I
in the
am
moon.
friends with many sea elves, and I'll say this in Elvish: we are not here to hurt you.
Okay. Just looking at the moon, really? Just looking at the moon.
Just tracking it? I noticed that the animals were doing that as well.
There are portents. Are you are, are you a scholar?
I could be.
Huh? I I said the same. Look, here is the thing. This doesn't happen very often. This thing. And he opens up his book and you see all these drawings and he just keeps flipping pages back and it's incremental changes in the red color on the moon. And he is saying, this doesn't happen every day. This is a portent.
A portent of what?
Is it dangerous?
Well, are you really scholars?
I'm kind of a scholar of the streets, you know.
I dabble in many things.
Neither of those things are lies, so you can both make me persuasion checks.
Sucks is I'm better at lying. I'm just gonna lie.
Ooh, that 18. He looks over at Cove and he says, you know, the dragons. Well, there are some who say they're not the real gods.
Yes, yes. Some say that the elements are the real gods.
No. No. There were other gods.
Human gods or humanoid gods?
Darker gods. So you're saying this is dangerous?
Well, this portent tells some of us that the dragon's age is over.
I hate to be a downer. This sounds a little culty. Just like a smidge culty.
Yes,
What if
I
it's
know.
true?
No. You're right. It is super culty.
Oh well. Okay.
No. I can't deny that it like on the face of it, this is super culty, super crazy. I got kicked out of the library. I'm from Hazel Shade. This like this like no. What I'm researching, most scholars say is crazy, and I understand it. But there's some who say that there was a time full of dragons.
The art of my character's token is the actual face that my character is making right now. Just like, what the fuck? But I'm like, you know what, Cove? I think you're a little bit more, you got the whole God angle going. I'm gonna head back to the cabin and just kind of, explain all this. But you two, you got it. And I'm just gonna kind of like escape from this conversation and go back and kind of let everyone know it's just a crazy old guy. Like, don't worry.
No. Oh, look,
Climb through the window.
As you're climbing away, he goes, I honestly don't care if you believe me. And he says to Cove, honestly, it's not about converts. I'm not trying to win you over. I just want you to know I'm no harm.
Are you a friend of Philo's?
Oh, friend, sort of a push. I know Philo. He knows me, and he doesn't dislike me.
Would he
Care
be
that I'm
angry
here?
if you were on his land?
Oh, well, funny thing that. Okay, first off, um, Silos and Elf and
Tell me the truth.
I'm. Oh, no. I'm telling you, um, this was all sort
I
of.
command you to tell me the truth.
Oh, are you casting a spell?
Yes.
Okay, give me a spell. Does that work? Like it requires an action, right? Like command makes me do an action.
Oh, yeah. I guess you're probably right.
Yeah, I'm not sure that would actually make me tell the truth. You want to back that one up?
Yeah, I guess.
Okay.
Sorry.
No, that's okay. You could. Do you have like a fast friends or um, suggestion or anything like that you want to use?
No.
Okay. Yeah, command is like a one action thing. I don't. Right? Am I understanding that correctly? Everybody?
Yeah.
The one word command, and they have to do
Yeah,
one thing.
I don't know that that would necessarily tell the truth based on that. Give me a, but I will say, since we're an RP here, give me a quick perception. Thus far, you have no reason to believe this guy's lying. He's awkward, and is probably oversharing. Is what you get from him.
Okay.
You are one. You not no. You decide, Percy. But when Ronan decided he was a crazy cultist, there's not a lot of evidence that he isn't. But he's not really trying. He says, "I'm not trying to convert you. I just want you to know that I'm not here doing anything to harm you.
Oh, well, that's good. I don't plan on harming you either.
Well, that's excellent to hear. I just there are people not paying attention to the signs. There are lots of signs. If folk would pay.
Well, I agree. The fish were also paying attention to the moon, and I was kind of curious about that. Do you have an explanation?
I don't. I have theories. And they're not good. They're not based in science. But what I have is this. All signs point to evolution. All signs point to the end of times. The dragon's reign is ending.
Well, that doesn't bode well for the people of the land.
It doesn't bode well for anyone because whatever you think about dragons as rulers, it's stability, right?
That's true, I suppose, to a point. But not everybody believes the dragons are actually gods.
No, not everyone does. Most do, though. Most. The lion's share.
You're saying something else is coming, like something dark is coming.
No, well, I don't know that something else is coming, but I think the dragons are dying. It's not just the moon.
I personally have never seen a dragon. I don't know whether they're dying or not.
The mountains. Look to the mountains. Look to the mountains. Look to the mountains! And then he takes off his robes and starts dancing.
Well, my friend said that you were a cultist.
He's not listening.
This is not dissuading me. But I will watch and critique his style.
There's no style. There's a lot of tripping over rocks and trying to make it look like art. It's awkward and weird, and then he goes back, and if you're still watching within 10 minutes, he will nod at you and walk back away into the woods.
Before he leaves, I will ask, "Are you alone?"
How do you mean? Am I alone right now, or am I alone
Yes.
in my beliefs?
Well, other than me, are you alone right now?
Other than you, yes. There's no one of my order.
It is dangerous out there. Perhaps you want to stay close to the cabin.
Okay. And he comes and he crawls up and he falls asleep on the porch. Like a dog.
All right. I'll sit in the chair out there with him, and I guess since Winston's gone, I will take over as for the next watch.
Okay. Give me a roll of d20. I'm only going to ask for one more because I don't want to overdo this. Okay. Your watch passes peaceably, and this strange man who has wrapped himself back up in his cloak has fallen asleep at your feet. When you wake up, I know you guys had split it up 5 ways, but let's just pick the next person and swing that just for sake of moving through the game. Who's the next person after watch after Cove?
Ulfr will do it.
Oh, you guys want to roll?
Sounds good. Nope,
I
go
think
ahead.
Cove would probably wake up either Ulfr or Bone Splitter because he wants somebody strong out there to watch over this guy.
Okay. Ulfr is awoken. And I'm going to say that the other watches occur. You guys have watches, but I'm just not going to roll through them. We're going to say they pass peaceably. But let's see what happens with Ulfr's watch. Ulfr, you are on the porch at this point because you are aware that there is a stranger sleeping on the porch, curled up near where Cove had been sitting.
Gotcha.
Well, give me a perception check. That is the number I needed to not see. So at some point in Ulfr's watch, this guy creeps off, and you don't see him leave. But the rest of your watch passes peaceably. When you look over, you notice this guy's no longer here. He didn't say anything. He just crept off. Anything you want to tell anybody?
I would let him Cove know that the guy snuck off.
The following morning, you guys can all take a long rest if you need one. And I know, Winston, you had used 2.
He had to go, so he's not here.
Oh, he left. He straight up
Yeah.
left. Oh, I didn't realize. Okay.
Yeah, he said he posted in Foundry chat that he had to leave.
Okay, I missed that. Okay. All right. Well, everyone else can take the benefits of a long rest. Oh shit! I totally missed all of that. Okay. All right. Cool. All right. Well, it is already 9 o'clock actually. So when you guys wake up, you all have the benefits of a long rest. You let Cove know, and this guy is gone. No tracks. I'm going suggest, because I think we could end up bogging down a bit, I'm going to say that you guys are able to move down. I spent a little bit too much time on this. You guys are able to move. Sorry, let me get to maps.
In the morning, I'm going to take the blankets from Philo's bed because I don't have a bedroll.
There. All right. Perfect.
Remind me to repay him when we get to town.
I
mean, he
had,
doesn't use this very often.
ironically, Ed, not Ben. I had meant for that to be a bedroll. So that is what that is. So you take the bedroll. You have
I'm
that now
taking it.
in your inventory. All right.
Ben, he's a good man. I'm sure that if you are in need, he will.
I will
certainly-
pay him for it or buy one for him. But I realize I perhaps was not as prepared as I should have been.
Okay.
Well, I figured that we'd be staying at the cabin, so
I kind of rely on finding an inn.
Well, you are not headed anywhere towards an inn. And I am going to hand wave a little bit and say that you are able to travel along the tree line along the south side of the Tamthorn Creek until you find the path down to Delia's cabin. When you walk down this path, it's not like the way I have it drawn on this map. It's not like there's like a mile of clearing on either side. It's just I had to, limitations of mapping software. You have a very thin path. It's almost like when you were walking through the forest to get back to the path just to get to Philo's cabin. And you get to this cabin, and the cabin is absolutely destitute. All right, tell me if you can see. You can.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
You can?
Yeah.
All right.
Actually, I
This-
think I have to reload if we need visuals on this because I lost the map a long time ago.
You don't. Don't worry about it, Tony.
Okay. All right.
What you see is a 20 by 25 stone and timber cottage in absolute wreckage. It is falling apart. This has not been maintained. However, anybody who would like can tell me what they want to look around for and how they want to look for it as they enter this sort of jungle clearing. And I will mention you are within a half day's walk of the foothills. You can see them over the tree lines, these sort of rocky outcroppings. You are no longer like if you walk even 2 hours to the west, you are no longer in forest. You are going into high ground.
Well, I want to look for signs of a footpath that goes further off from here.
Okay. Survival, are you thinking?
I was thinking just perception, but I would do a survival.
That's fine. Perception's fine. Just to
I'm
look around.
slightly better at perception.
Sure. It's not so much what you notice isn't recent footprints. Your perception check actually gives you a sense that with about you catch this area. Can you see my thing?
Mm-hmm.
This area here has been trodden down. And the closer you look at it, the more you get the sense that at one point, something very heavy within the last couple months had been dragged this way. And you're not sure what, but some kind of animal pulled it.
Okay.
Anybody else? Bones?
So thinking back on how Delia was, would she live like this?
No, this is not like her house at all. This is, I'm going to use the word again. This is ramshackle. But it was well built originally, but
That was going to be my question.
not cared for in probably a year or more.
But does this strike me as something that she would do to a place?
Like, let it get to the state?
Yeah.
No, not really.
Unless maybe she didn't want anybody to know about this place, that they might follow her. And you found a path.
Well, I found somewhere that something had been dragged
Something
by an animal of some kind.
Maybe she just didn't come here very often.
My guess is perhaps this was her cabin and she built something else elsewhere.
Yeah, this might be the fake cabin, is what I was thinking. But anybody that knew her would know that this was not how she lived. Can I go
It would be a good
inside?
distraction. It would be a good distraction for anyone who is looking for her cabin, because here it is.
Yeah. I do want to go inside and have a look around, see if I can find like a trap door or.
Okay. What? How? You just gonna open the door, or?
Yeah.
Okay. You open the door, and it's a dirt floor, and there appears to be some semblance of trying to, you know, there's mud splatters throughout where mud has like water, like right here, where water has seeped in and created mud pools. There are straw bales that are like kind of like patching up these mud holes.
This just doesn't strike me as right. Yeah, so I'll look around to see if there's any like trap doors or.
Where are you looking? And what do you? I mean, you're looking for trapdoors. Where are you looking?
Like everywhere, underneath the bed, underneath the table.
All right,
It doesn't look like there's much room, but.
Pretty specifically. Give me. You're being very intentional. Give me an investigation check. That'll do. So you go through the table, you find like mouse droppings, you find crumbled bread. All of this is very odd to you. However, not odd to you, Cove, because you've spent the last 5 to 6 months with Delia, uh, and you haven't seen her leave. So it's been at least 6 months that you know that since she's been here. And so as you are looking through the table and into the fireplace. Eventually, you get under the bed, and you're looking for something hidden under the straw when your eye catches that something's been carved into the bed frame. And into the bed frame is the you recognize as the panorama of the foothills with an X over the largest foothill.
Ulfer,
Yes,
come here.
I do.
Look at this. Do you think you can find it?
Is it somewhere that I would have been through
No,
on my journey?
no, not at all. But you could try a survival check either way.
Yeah, I would do that.
Oh yeah, yeah. You're like, well, and you walk outside with Cove, and you have like ripped out the bed post, and you hold it up, and you go, look at that, and you're holding it up against the panorama of the foothills, and it's a drawing of the foothills, and it's pointing with an X towards the largest one on your left.
I think I could find that.
I think that's where we need to go.
Well, this path might lead there.
That would make sense. It seems to go in the same direction. But it may be a diversion, just like the house.
It's maybe, but it's the only thing we've got right now.
We're lucky to have Ulfer with us. I think he can lead us. Ulfer, how do you feel about leading our small band into the woods?
Well, you're leading them out of the woods, actually, technically.
Into the woods and then out of the woods.
Yeah.
Believe I would be able to find my way.
I have faith in you.
So right now, I'm going to put something in front of you guys. Are you guys staying here? Because it took you actually most of a full day to get here. I'm going to put something in front of you. I think I need to pull it into a handout. Yep, because I didn't make it clear to you. I'm going to put it in Cove's handout, and I'll share it with everybody. So if you combine the tattoos from her feet into one hold on, it takes me a second to upload shit. Whoa, what happened? Okay. I'm going to show this to all players. If the tattoos are combined into one, you should see a thing called map as number 1 on here. Does that make sense?
Yep.
Okay. Those are the two tattoos combined into one map. So, if Ulfer is able to, you guys are able to extrapolate that this southernmost point, this bottom point, is the entryway. That you are going into a bit of a maze. And the bottom point possibly could lead you to an end point using this map.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So this is the map that you guys will work from. As you approach, and I will say we're going to wrap it up for tonight, but when we come back, we'll have one last approach to the cave that Ulfr has identified in the distance from the bed frame, and you guys will go from there. Sorry, there wasn't a lot of comedy, exciting shit tonight. Sorry.
Oh, that's all right. That's fun.
But I was hoping to just lead you along a sort of a treasure hunt.
Winston almost died, so it's okay.
But the idea being is I didn't know which way you guys were going to go. There were a lot of different places for you guys to choose. So I figured you'd go this way. So I made a lot of stuff in this direction, but I had a lot of stuff in other directions too. And so I just sort of was winging it here towards the end. And we'll have you guys starting right at the foot. With that roll, Ulfr, by the way, you see humanoid footprints as well. Sorry, I should have said that as well.
On the map?
Well, you were looking not on the map, but while you were looking around, and no, not Ulfr, Cove. No, Ben. Sorry, Ben.
Mm-hmm.
Originally did the perception check around. You see about 6 humanoids about 6 days ago. 5
Okay.
to 7 days ago. Were here. They went into the building and they left. Sorry, I should have pointed that out too.
They left along the path, or?
Yep, seems to be along the path.
Yeah.
So, just to put timing into perspective, Delia died 8 days ago. These tracks are between 5 and 7 days. The animal tracks that you saw with the sled coming in, I think I said were multiple weeks ago.
Mm.
Those are older. Those are much older than the humanoid tracks that you saw. And I will be very clear. Let me draw this. Sorry. Animal tracks. Oh, that's not what I want. Animal tracks are like this. Okay? Humanoid tracks are like this. Does that help? I know it's a mess what I just drew.
So the humanoid tracks went in and left again by roughly the same path.
They came in.
Not the path that the animal tracks went.
Correct.
But the dragging went.
The dragging is. I wish I could change the color here. I probably can. Nope, I can't easily. But anyway. Oh, lines. Duh. All right. The animal tracks are red. Okay, they're supposed to be red, but they're being like that. Red. Okay. There we go. Okay. Animal tracks are red. Humanoid tracks coming in and out are white. Does that?
And the animal tracks are dragging something.
Correct. And the dragging appears to be on some kind of sled.
Okay.
No wider than maybe 3 to 5 feet.
Are they like a hooved animal?
I need to do a Google check quick. Hold on, I don't actually know. 1 second.
And can our more survivally people determine what kind of animal it was?
If they rolled high enough. What was the roll?
Well, Ulfir had a 22 survival.
Okay, when he looked, if you pointed out to him, he would say it was donkey hooves.
So hooved.
Yep. Hooves.
Yep.
Yeah.
I couldn't remember if donkeys had hooves or not. Okay.
Well, that
Actually,
suggests that it's
they have
not,
several toes. They're really long.
I have
It's-
actually no idea.
it's not some predator dragging away prey. It's a pack animal.
Correct. And you would know that. I'm sorry, I should have been more clear earlier, Ed. Like, it is clearly a pack animal dragging a sled in.
Mm-hmm.
And then it clearly dragged it out, but it dragged it the same way it came. So this donkey might still be alive, for all you know.
We have to save the donkey.
If we find Odie,
Odie, it's not Odie.
If we find Odie, we find the treasure.
All right. Are you guys feeling okay with this being the end of the night? I'm sorry that it was not very combat-y, but hopefully it was still enjoyable.
We drove the story
I'm
forward.
Yeah, I'm
Yeah,
not here for
absolutely.
combat every session, so
I know, but when we only play once a month and we play for 6 hours, I like there be a nice mix, and I don't know that I balance this well, so I apologize.
The story didn't call for it.
It didn't. So you guys are about to go into. I'm sorry, I get a little emotional. The honest to God best map I've ever drawn. I am so excited for this dungeon.
can't wait to see it.
It's based on a Celtic knot. It's amazing. I'm so happy. And it's going to be batshit fucking crazy. So, and you'll be in it for sessions. There's no way. So, you guys are heading towards Delia's mine. And fun will be had. I hope.
Not a mine, it's a tomb.
Oh my God, it's not a tomb. It's something
It's not
more.
a tomb.
It's something more, and I'm so excited about it. All right. It is a mine, but it's not a tomb. But it's not just a mine, and I'm excited. All right. So, you guys, thanks so much for playing. I really appreciate you guys being willing to play every once a month with this game. I hope it's fun for you, and I look forward to playing it in a month.
Should we milestone it?
I think we're gonna milestone it. You guys are gonna need it. Everybody can jump up to third. I would suggest. I don't know this for a fact, but I think it's very likely that we'll slow down on leveling from here. So it'll probably be every 2 sessions for a little bit after this. But you are third level, so go ahead and level yourselves up. Even though you didn't have any combat, you milestone. You guys figured this out, and you're going to need it to get into this, to get to this.
Right on.
It's going to be crazy cakes. So, I do like having every session be a level for the first 3. So, I had intended to attack you more, but it didn't make sense. It didn't make sense. So, anyway, for those who stuck around, thanks for hanging out with us. If you are so inclined, give us a follow. Otherwise, we'll see on the flip. I think we're playing. Well, I know we're playing Monday with Candlekeep Mysteries with the Warbler Brothers. We are a rock band.
We're playing tomorrow too, right?
Oh my God! Thanks, Ed. Yeah, we're playing Call of Cthulhu tomorrow. Yeah, if you're so inclined, we're playing Call of Cthulhu tomorrow, which I'm really I'm excited about. We're playing a third party publisher game, not third party, another publisher party game tomorrow.
A non D&D game.
We're playing a non D&D game tomorrow, and I should be really excited about that because we are playing Masks of an Islet Hotep, and the party is in a very precarious position, and it should be really exciting tomorrow. So hopefully you can pop in and see what we're doing tomorrow. But after that, we are playing Monday with DM Dusty, who is running Candlekeep Mysteries with the Warbler Brothers and the Warbler Sister. And we are hoping to free the Gripply. And after that, we have a table game. We're playing offline on next Saturday. We're playing at my house. Where actually that group will find out a lot about a certain eclipse that's about to happen. So, in any case, thanks so much. And until we see you again, roll some dice, play some games, and give your time or treasure to causes that are meaningful to you. I'm going to hang out in Peepaws for a while, or maybe jump into our not sister channel. We're not related, but our friend channel.
Our adoptive cousin channel.
Yeah, our adopted cousin channel, 20 Sides to Every Story, and hang out for a bit because it's that kind of night for me. Cheers, everybody. Have a good night.
Cheers.